idea that you think I need to be ready.
Hello. Hello everyone, welcome. Yeah, you got a little sneak of Bear mumbling about whether he's ready or not, right as we switched over, so that answered that
Highly
questions. That's
Yeah.
alright. So we are going through the round robin today of the Blood and IronWrangle. I prepared a little bit of stuff to explain what's going on here, but the basic summary is I wanted to host an event. I wanted to do a unique format, and I really wanted to do it with the presumably summer expansion. I assume we're getting a summer expansion, and I wanted to do it with that, but I thought I'd do a test run beforehand, try out the format, and then if it goes well, carry it over. If it doesn't go well, adjust from there, see what needs changing. So I got J King, OHxCornguy, Berto, Burrito, and Yet It Moves to play against each other. They did like a round robin, and then we're taking the top two players. I mean, I'll pull up the bracket thingy, or I'll pull up, where is it? I've got all sorts of things. Here we go, the format. So they each did a round of round robin, and then the top two from the round robin are going to the finals. So the format is each player is bringing 3 decks from different major nations. Pretty much standard tournament rule set for Cards at this point. You bring 3 decks from different major nations. You play best of 3s, and there's 1 ban. That's pretty standard, so we've just carried over that standard thing. But the unique thing now is each of these decks must contain at least 18 cards from the Blood and Iron expansion. And this is what I say when I want to do it with the with the summer expansion. I want to do it where they've got to bring at least 18 of the summer expansion cards. And I want to do it pretty quickly after it drops, so there's not time for the dust to settle. I just want to get straight into it and force the players to start cooking. Blood and Iron's been out for a while, but we thought we'd give it a test run with Blood and Iron, and then what we learn from this we can carry over to the next one. So that's the basic idea. Bracket, I did prepare a bracket, but a round robin bracket is a little bit boring looking because it ends up looking like this, where you've got J King plays Corn, and then next round J King plays Berto, and then he plays and Yeti moves, and it just goes through like this. A round robin, each player plays every player once, is how a round robin works. So not much to look at there, but that's also how we're going to be going through it today. So we're going to watch J King versus Corn, and Yet It Moves versus Berto, and then Berto versus J King, and so on, left to right, like reading a book. So that's the basic spiel about what's going on today. Starter monologue, I think, is complete. I think that's pretty much touched on everything. How are you doing today?
I'm very good. I'm very excited. I love anything that is variant tournament format. Anytime that we're doing something that forces players to do something different, I actually think is a really cool idea, which I know you know. I'm a big fan of alternate formats and changes. I will say, if anyone's wondering why this alternate format is so interesting, like, the big analyst in me will point out that 18 cards from a single expansion in this game is a lot. A minimum of 18 cards in your deck is much more restrictive than you might think it would be. I am listening to chat. I can see Cookie. I am still here. Let me know if that sound is any better. I've just changed up my pickup. Otherwise, Bubbles can change it at his end. Apparently, I'm a little bit quiet. But yeah, 18 cards is a lot to have to. I cannot help you, Bubbles, if I am still quiet.
You joined the Discord, and I thought, oh, Bear's a bit loud, I'll turn him down. So let me just pop you back up again. And hopefully that's fixed it. We can adjust as needed. Being we'll the professional sound experts that we are.
Yeah, Karma, thank you very, very much for pointing that out. Lord knows we need all the help we can get. We are on a slight delay, so if you've said something, it might be that we get to it a few seconds afterwards. But yeah, it's really exciting. 18 cards is a big restriction. It means you have to use a lot of the new expansion stuff. So I'm quite excited to see how this works out with the restriction. And I will say, we've definitely got some very quality players here. Like, we have got 4 very, very good players. Also, to be fair, it's also difficult for me because we've got 4 people who I all consider to be good friends of mine. So please don't make me pick people. Aside from the fact that I will point out J King's in a tournament competing again. So, you know,
I mean,
50-50 on him winning it.
The trick really is to enjoy watching your friends lose. And then for 3 out of 4 of these players, you'll be happy because only one of them can win the whole thing. So that's the trick really is to enjoy watching your friends lose, and that's how you get the most fun out of it.
Yep, I'll take it. Pro tips work for me.
So you were talking about how restrictive it can be, and something, you know, this is a community event. There's a lot of community people involved making it work. We've got, you know, Red did a lot of assets for it. Obviously, you're here, it's on your channel. Players volunteered their time to play, but one of the community members who always does statistics and a really useful breakdown for everything, and Bear doesn't know I've prepared this, I messaged Hayes and I got him to make some stats for me. So I thought we could take a look at the stats that Hayes has done, and this might help break down a little bit how each player has approached the issue of having 18 Blood and Iron cards. So first thing we've got is the nations. We see, so each player is bringing 3 decks. We see USA in the absolute lead with 4, Japan and Soviet close behind with 3, and then poor little Germany and poor little Britain both there with 1. And then for the ally nations, we've got 4 Italy. So Italy, very popular when you're just looking at the Blood and Iron expansion cards. France, also very popular. Germany keeping up. Finland and Japan also getting in there. But you'll notice, you know, Brits aren't on the ally nation at all. Soviets aren't on the ally nation at all. And neither is USA. So any reactions to this before I move on to the next stats? Because I do have 3 different stat sheets for us to look at here.
Oh, score. I'll go quickly then. But yeah, 1, we love Hayes. Hayes is one of my favourite humans for getting stats for. He helped me out with the video that I did with J King a while ago as well. He works very, very hard. It's interesting because I think the big telling thing here is when we're forcing like 18 cards from that expansion, you will see that whatever expansion you get nations that kind of lose out a bit. It is clear that Britain has not had a good expansion in these players' opinions, because we have 1 Brit main deck and no Brit allies, which actually I think is probably fair given the assessment of Blood and Iron at the time. But I'm interested to see. I'm wondering if we're going to see some of the bigger, heavier value Italy cards that came out. Because seeing Italy in 4 ally slots is kind of cool. But I suspect a good chunk of that's going to be Soviet Italy control. But I was a good boy and didn't pre-read the deck lists properly.
Well, don't worry, because Hayes has pre-read the deck lists. Here they are. Look at these.
Oh, Hayes, I love you. I was right. I love it when occasionally I'm right. I wish I'd spoken about Throp as well. J King and I were talking about this in the last video. Throp is a relatively strong deck too. We've got 3 Throp and 3 Sov Italy control. Sov Italy control, obviously really quite good at the minute. Good old Japan aggro, nice to see. Germany Japan control's an interesting shout. And I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated about anything that uses air escort. And we've got the other half. So I am technically counting this as 3 Jagro-ish decks, because we've just got Japan-Finland aggro, which is very similar. And then we do have a Britain-Germany control deck, so it's nice that the Brits got in there at all. But hey, Britain gets representation because it gets you and me, so it'll be fine.
But yeah, you can really see what the most popular sort of themes in the expansion were with this Throp deck and this Soviet Italy control deck, which were both quite popular on ladder as well. But here, when people are forced into it, they really just sort of, I don't know, excel here, and you can really see this problem amplified of what's powerful and what's not. But one last thing of stats, and this is got 4 pieces to it, so we'll try and get through it. We've got the most popular cards that players are bringing. So we started with the elites. We've got 3 copies of M6. you'll notice that aligns with the drop decks we've got. We've got 3 KI-30 ANs, which is also the amount of Japanese decks we've got. And we have 3 front formations, 3 T-34 85 1945s, and 3 4th Guards rifles, which also all align with the amount of Soviet control we've got. So nothing too surprising here. You know, these are all quite strong elites. I think you'd expect to see most of this. House on Wheels, I wasn't expecting to see someone bring, but there you go. I'm just going to... Go on.
I will say, I think if you're going to do the thing where you want to try and use air escort with Shermans, Hell on Wheels is not the worst idea I've ever seen. Plus, any time anyone tries to use Hell on Wheels, it makes me happy, because I went through a whole period when it first came out desperately trying to find a deck it worked on, just because it seemed like a cool card. And yeah, I'm not going to go too much into the elites, because this is given the nations that we've seen, like the M6 and Kian just auto picks, and pre-Soviet elite auto picks in a single expansion. Yeah, I'll give you that one.
So we do have the specials coming up as well, and here they are. We've got a lot of 77th, which is this Japanese 3/4 with shock that generates a whole bunch of little guards. We've got some 2nd Michigans. You'll notice that not all the Throp decks are... Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase this. I completely forgot. We had 2 approaches to how we were going to do the non-elite cards. We were going to count either total copies used or numbers of decks including at least 1 copy. And we went with the second option because Hayes was volunteering his time and it was looking like it was going to take a very long time. So these aren't the total copies, these are the total number of decks including at least 1 copy. So there's 4 Japanese decks including 77th, which I think is pretty much all the Japanese decks. And then you see... Yeah, go on.
We got 4 players. All 4 players brought a Japan deck. All 4 players, I suspect, brought a full set of 77th Regiment, because you'd be mad not to. That card is ridiculously good.
And then we've got the 3 copies of 2nd Michigan and the 3 copies of the Moroccan. How would you say that, Bear? You see, the issue of getting 2 British guys to do the cast is the moment anything not British shows up, we're just dead in the water.
So I have to apologise to the ghost of and spirit of my dead grandmother, because I was raised bilingual. I believe the correct pronunciation to be Marocain.
Ooh, fancy. Well, there's 3 copies of it. Hopefully we don't see it come up again. We don't have to cross this issue again. This one I can say, 3 copies of Crossfire. That one's very easy. We've got 2 copies of Cyclone, so that means I'd expect one of the Throp decks to be using it. And then we got a couple copies of 57th and a couple copies of 204th. But I want to keep us moving because we have a worryingly large amount to get through. We've got the limited Buzz Bomb, incredibly popular. 3 decks using the Buzz Bomb, 2 decks using the Armoured Infantry, 2 decks using Free French Navy, Panzer IV Command Failure, Spring Offensive, and Pontoon Bridge, all 2 decks. Any reactions to the limiteds?
Honestly, this is the only thing on here. There are 2 things on here that surprise me. 1, Free French Navy being used twice, but I am seeing people make more use of it now. We're in a period where getting some HQ defense doesn't hurt. And the fact that we only had 1 Finland ally is the reason we've only got 1 Sturmy. I sort of expected a second Finn ally somewhere in this tournament, but otherwise... This is pretty predictable. A lot of these are, Command Failure is just Japan aggro. Spring Offensive, it's just a good Italy draw card. The rest of it is pretty standard. I think everything else is pretty solid, just includes that you'd have in the core deck archetypes. As you say, Buzz Bomb is the big one that just appears because who doesn't like dealing HQ damage and getting draw?
And then finally, these are the most popular Blood and Iron standard cards. You see 58th Infantry, which is this little Japanese aggro guy, but also quite good on the defense, being able to shock out from hand, incredibly popular. Calliope or Calliope, incredibly popular as well. The 152E Regiment for the French, very popular. Panzer Grenadier, very popular as well. Do you remember which one is the 304 Panzer Grenadier? I struggle to recall which one this one is off the top of my head.
304, is 304 the tank buff? I'm looking it up now. Is 304 the tank buff Panzer Grenadier? Oh, it's challenging. If you can hear my client in the background, it's because I'm searching. I think it is, but it's very... Oh no, it's the +2/+2 if the enemy HQ's taken damage this turn. It's the Blitz 3/3.
Yes. And then we've got 113 Schützen, which is the 4/4 which fights something. We've got the Type 92 for the Japanese, very aggressive tank. 12th Guards Mechanized and the T-34 76D, both very popular as the players in their Soviets decks were forced to bring more Blood and Iron cards. They sort of developed the deck to have this bit of T-34 sub-theme, and then we've got some 49th Infantry Regiment, which I believe is the Italian guy that heals you when on deployment.
It is, yeah. It's the Blitz. I'm looking it up to make sure I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It is the 3-cost Blitz unit that gets, if you control a unit with 4 or more attack, you gain 4 HQ defense.
Cool. So these are the cards that each player is bringing. We are quickly going to take a look through the decks. Now, I gave a lot of thought into how I could best display the decks, and I came up with loads of different approaches to this. And it turns out the most simple approach is the best one. So you're now going to see if it works. My game client, where I've got the decks. It turns out just showing the decks in-game is the easiest way to do it. So I've got the players' decks here. We're just going to go through these real quick. We've got J. King's Soviet deck. So you can see we've got Soviet, Italy sort of control. This deck is very popular today. Nothing too crazy here. We've got cards like Hold Down, which of course is Blood and Iron. We see Spring Offensive being a lot more popular when you're forced to play Blood and Iron. We've seen people sort of leaning into this 4-attack tank theme a little bit more, because obviously you've got the T-34s, you've got the 49th, you've got the 12th Guards, and the Spring Offensive. So people leaning into that aspect a little bit more, but still playing this sort of Soviet control deck. Is also brought for us a Japanese Finn deck, which the only Finn deck today, and this is quite aggressive here. You've got the Lotta Svards, and then you've just got things like the Sturmy, the Sissio Sasto, quite good. A pretty standard. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, if the Sissio, I like the Sissio Sasto as an include, because if you can get it to stick around, it's menacing, and if nothing else, it'll eat removal. But otherwise, it is interesting because it's very much just a Japan aggro shell with some really good thin includes, which I like.
Yeah, a pretty standard game plan not too long ago was to do sort of Germany Heinz with this Lotta Svard, because all the German tanks obviously had operation costs. So this was like a pretty standard deck you'd see, but I've not seen it as much with Japan. However, when you've got the 38th in here, this has the 1-op cost. You've got the Anne, you've got the Sturmies, you've got the Infantry, Regiment 36, who is absurdly powerful. Suddenly, Japan has enough operation costs with Finland to make it worth taking this Lotta Svard. So it's very interesting to see. I'm excited to see how this deck works out. It does also make Crossfire quite difficult to pull off at times, Lotta Svard, because that 1 extra defense, you often just cannot get it rolling. And then J. King's USA Italy deck. If anyone is subscribed to J. King's YouTube channel, you've probably seen this deck before, as it's the Sherman deck J. King brought to ladder, and it's quite good, quite fun. We've got the Grasshoppers in here, which is Blood and Iron, and this is just sort of all in on this Sherman theme, which was one of the USA themes in Blood and Iron was Sherman's. And then obviously we've got Air Escort coming in. Now, it is worth noting, when I say Blood and Iron, I mean Blood and Iron. We're not including the mini expansion that came out afterwards. We're just Blood and Iron. Those are the only ones that count. And then Corn Guy, for a Germany-Japan, this was listed as a control deck. You see we got the Leopold, we got the Panzer IV-Hs, which sometimes is confused with this one which draws you one of 3, but no, this is the big boy that fights things. But he can also, when he turns veteran, he gives ground units with 4 more attack blitz. So you can do things like blitz with the Panther D and sort of get lethal from hand, which can be quite scary. So it's just a Germany-Japan control deck. We see Glide Bomb coming in here. This is a Blood and Iron card. Not really removal, but it helps set up a good trade and offers draws, so it could offer good value. And then we see Command Failure in here as well. Now, you'll notice these combo. Glide Bombing, set a unit's attack to 0, draw a card if it's destroyed. It's got 0 attack, that means it's got less attack than defense, otherwise it'd already be dead. So you can do this Glide Bomb and Command Failure combo. And sure, you're using 2 cards, but one of these draws you something back. So it's quite a strong combo in terms of removal, quite a good deck. Throp, we've got a lot of Throp today, not too much to say. You know, we do have a Persian in here, which is pretty scary, pretty big boy. But yeah, just a Throp deck from Korn, and then finally a Soviet Italy deck. Once again, leaning into this 4 attack a little bit more than traditional because of this Blood and Iron restriction. Not too much to say here. We've got...
No, I think they're all very similar, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much variance you can do with a Soviet Italy 18 Blood and Iron cards deck. It's fairly restrictive.
Yeah, it's interesting to know the player who chose not to bring Soviet Italy control.
Yes,
and yet it chose not to bring Soviet Italy.
We'll
so
see.
Really quite interesting.
They've got a Jaguar list, Germany, Japan, Jaguar, but we do have some less traditional tools in here. We've got Crossfire, and this isn't as crazy as it may sound. In a mirror, Crossfire is amazing, but also it does happen fairly often when your opponent's backline is set up to make a Crossfire actually really powerful at clearing a lot of units. And it's slightly slower as well. We've got the 77s in here. We've got 2 4K fighters. We've got the command failures. We've got blitz doctrine. So the deck is a good chunk slower. Just to clarify, not every card I'm naming is a Blood and Iron card. I'm just talking about the decks in general. We will be posting the decks, at least I hope we'll be posting the decks in Twitch chat, so you can go and check them out yourself and see exactly what Blood and Iron cards everyone is running. But yeah, so that's the Japan deck.
The deck list are, by request, the deck lists are in chat, and if anybody else wants them, if you just type !Wrangle decks, you will get the link to the Google Drive.
Awesome, thank you for sorting that. And then we have the Germany Brit control deck. We see the number 9 commandos here. This is one of Anyeditmu's favourite cards, so I'm not completely shocked to see them build around it. Win cons are a little bit different to the usual Brit decks, but, you know, Brit Germany has always been a little bit different in win cons. You've got, like, the Blitz Doctrine and things. But as for the actual late game, we sort of cap out fairly early on. Turn 6 and 7 is where our most expensive cards are. A lot of the Brit decks you see on ladder, I find they go a little bit heavier than Anyeditmu's does. But Anyeditmu's is obviously restricted. But also, not just that, Anyeditmu has an approach to this deck which is different from most other players. And I think it can be somewhat innovative how he approaches it. I know he based this approach off other players and off what he'd seen other players doing, but the balance he found in how he was doing these number 9 commandos along with early game removal and then this sort of more mid-range package was something he spent a long time perfecting, so it'll be very interesting to see if it works out in a more restricted format. And then we have the Throp deck, of course. Go on.
Yeah, it's that Brit Germany deck is incredibly similar to the deck that I know he's used a lot on ladder, and he's very, very good on that deck. But it's a hard deck to play because it's a very interesting toolbox, but you have to pick your moment with a lot of those tools.
Yeah, and it's betting on this deck against Soviet Italy is it's a bet, to be sure. It's I think I'm more confident in the Soviet deck, but I'm also incredibly happy that someone didn't bring it.
Yeah, definitely. Like a bit of variation.
I think we both turned you up just then, and then we doubled up on it. All right, we'll see how this works.
Everyone apparently it good. So, we're working on it.
We're working. It's up and down, up and down. We'll get there. I'm sure by the end of the day we'll have figured out the sound. And then yet it means it's got a Throp deck. Not too much to say here. It's Throp. It's got the Cyclones, which I don't think the other ones have. But other than that, it's just Throp. Then Berto got the Soviet Italy deck. We do see Berto using the upgrade, which is a little bit unique. Obviously, this isn't Blood and Iron, but it's also just not a very popular card. So very interesting to see the upgrade and how that works out. Maybe trying to go on.
I really like upgrade in Soviet control because there are a couple of moments where you can get some absolutely brutal kind of, look, I got a KV2 moment, which is sometimes worth it. I think it's a really... I'll be interested to see if it does pop off, because it can be really, really strong, and it's also really good for playing on the armoured train when someone whittles it down and you don't want the spam in your support line.
So, according to some of our good players in chat, apparently this deck reforms very well into the Soviet Italy deck, so maybe And Yet It Moves has metagamed everyone.
I guess we're going to find out.
We'll find out. We will find out. And then Berto's got a Throp deck. Oh, Berto has the Cyclone as well. So it turns out the Cyclones were both Throp. And I was baited into thinking that one of them might be the Sherman deck.
This does not surprise me when I now see who's playing the Sherman deck.
Yes,
because I know J-King and I have shared opinions on Cyclone, and we don't like it as much as other people do.
And then we see Berto's Jaguar deck, very aggressive. Pretty much, I think about as aggressive as you could get given the limited cards that you have access to. So yeah, these are the decks.
This is very super lean and fast.
We've got 6 matches, I think, to get through, and each of those is a best of 3. So I'm hoping we'll be done in about 3 to 4 hours. That's my estimate, but there can be delays. Now, for the record, this is the matches are pre-recorded. The reason being, I'm not a professional tournament organizer. I don't want to have to faff about with watching like 6 matches all live that are ongoing at the same time and hopping between them. It's just not what I want to be doing on my weekend. So I said to the players, pre-record your matches. We will get through all of them. And that's one of the added bonuses is when the players pre-record their matches, we can watch every single one. We don't have to worry about player time. We don't have to worry about the organization of it. It's all just so much easier. So for the sake of keeping this moving, I decided we would do pre-recorded matches. And then the finals, which is going to be on the 25th. The exact time is undecided. Just a heads up to Bear, I'm switching back to our webcams. The finals, which are going to be on the 25th, the exact time on the 25th is undecided, but we'll figure that out. I'll post some things about it. I'll let everyone know. So it's going to be next Sunday, I believe, is the 25th, and that is going to be live. So someone, we don't know who, someone versus their opponent will be playing on the 25th live, and we will be recording. We will be watching that all live with the spectator feature and all of that, which 1939 has graciously lent us. But yeah, so these ones today are pre-recorded. Next Sunday versus 2 random unknown players will be live, and that's just to keep things organized and to keep things moving. And then so we've got 6 games today. and we have some packs to give away throughout the day. People have been very patiently waiting for us, so I think let's give away an officer pack. We have 3 officer packs to give away today. I think we'll do one now. We were gonna wait, but people have been very patient and listening to us ramble before we get to the matches. So I think let's give away an officer pack, which I believe.
Yep, I can take care of that. So if you haven't entered, you'll be able to enter in future, but I'm about to give away our first pack, and Rahanovic, congratulations, you have won yourself an officer pack. That will be winging its way into your Twitch DMs as soon as I'm able to get it posted across. Please make sure that your Twitch DMs are open if you are entering, because it's how I'm able to send you your codes.
And to get into the next one, because we're going to be doing giveaways throughout the day today, Santa Claus has gone to war. Type !Wrangle in chat, and then you'll have a chance to win some booster packs in the next giveaway. I believe we'll be doing some after the first match, so !Wrangle to have a chance at winning some booster packs. So I think we should pretty much be ready to get into the first series.
I'm as ready as I'm gonna get, yeah.
So match number 1, I believe, let me just double check this. We're going to be watching J King versus Korn. And I'm hoping that this works. So it appears to be working.
It looks to be. I can see a screen.
There you go. So, okay, just to note, for Korn versus J King, we have both players' hands because my software was working. After this, my software crashed and refused to work again. So this is the only one where we have both players' hands, because it's the only one where the software was working.
Yep, gotta love technology.
It just kept crashing. There was nothing. Anyway, you know, can't cry over spilt milk. So we see J King bringing the Soviet Italy deck, and CornGuy bringing the Germany-Japan control deck. Quite a slow start here in Korn's hand, yeah.
Yeah. He's going to want this to go long. I mean, Buzz Bomb just makes sense, because he really wants to find some better cards. Oh, he's got all of his late-game tools.
But it is a control matchup, so when you're up against Soviet Italy, hopefully there's time to pull these tools off and get into the late game where they're more powerful.
It is very true, but 12th guard can get you some good draw. And to be fair, Korn does have good card advantage at the moment. J King's got some catching up to do. And that Kurumi Regiment is a very good delaying tool.
See, J King holding back the 12th guards, just wants to make sure that he gets some card draw going. But with 2 T-34s in hand, he is going to be able to drop one of these T-34s. It is slightly depressing seeing more than one of these T-34s, as it reduces the number of T-34s in your deck for you to reduce the cost for. And we see command failure coming out. CornGuy both reducing hand size and getting rid of something that could potentially offer, 10 to 20 healing throughout the length of the match. So good just to get rid of it.
Yeah, you kind of, as soon as you've got an answer, you kind of want to get rid of the engineers. Just, it's so tough in the Italy matchup if they start getting ahead on HQ defense and you can't get to them quickly. That's so. If I'm CornGuy right now, I am not loving my hand, but it's okay. We can work through it. I'd be quite tempted to, get a piece of infantry down and just trade.
I'd be so tempted to overdraw myself, accept the overdraw, and get this Blitz Doctrine online, get the Contest Doctrine online, and then start trying to make some moves with that.
I think he might have a moment where he rues that, because J King's going to play this. Now, this is interesting. J King opting for the more expensive, because he wants to be credit efficient. He can save that reduced cost T-34 for later.
Now, CornGuy.
The store is not great right now.
He's gonna go for this Contest Doctrine now, but there's the Buzz Bomb which you can throw out. Yeah, targeting a unit with that ensures that he doesn't overdraw and does actually set up that T-34 to be killed quite a bit easier.
It is true.
J King looking just to develop on board. I wonder if we'll see the Corson come down or we'll see the pressure applied. Take in mind, Corn. Go on.
Yeah, J King knows Corn's deck. He's gonna want the Corson out because he knows the thing is once that contest doctrine's down, you have to be aware that this deck can throw out some weight very quickly. So now CornGuy actually on the back foot. That may look like a relatively clean turn cost-wise, but I guarantee you CornGuy would have preferred Kurumi into a buffed Panzer there to start getting some aggression going, but the Corson answers that.
Now, J King not willing to gamble in the spring offensive, but there's no pressure to gamble either. We could see the Corson move to the front line for the additional pressure. However, that would open up J King's HQ. However, I don't think you care, right? You've got so much healing available. You've got the 49th, you've got the 145th. I think you're fine with taking a little bit of extra damage here.
I would be tempted because if you push both tanks and the Corson central to the tanks, you make it incredibly hard for CornGuy to answer the position. But J King is being quite conservative, and we know he knows what he's doing. And to be fair, he is eating the turn that he just has to be credit efficient and eat the automatic turn end. CornGuy at the minute though is liking J King taking his time because every careful play from J King here just makes that Leopold look so much better.
I mean, we're already on turn 7. You know, no attacks to Corn's HQ. J King's 1 damage comes down, I believe, from a bloody sickle. So there's not really any pressure to the HQs yet. And even though there are quite a few units on board here, they're still quite far away from applying real pressure to the HQs. And it seems like this Leopold is going to really do some damage. CornGuy clearing as much board as possible.
Yeah, the fact that CornGuy's holding Leopold and Alpenfestung is not small right now. It makes this bloody sickle less attractive, but that SU-85 could be huge if you can get it to stick. Good. No, so this is good because what J King's doing is setting himself up here. Because he now has 3 operable Soviet tanks that he can operate in addition to the Su-85 if he drops it next turn, and that's a lot of healing, assuming that he can find a way to clear a space. It depends.
We're going to get a cool interaction here. Hold on. Go on. Play the Panzer.
Do it. We all want to see it.
Okay, no, he's playing the Panther. Alright, never mind. Carry on. When he plays the Panzer, though, we got to stop for a second and admire something, but continue.
So yeah, I mean, this is interesting because this is what J King was hoping for in many ways. But he's just got to think carefully about how he wants to go about utilizing his tools here. How much does he want to milk the healing from that Su-85?
I mean, having a good chunk of healing does buy you a good amount of time versus cards like Comet and Panther, because they can really beat you down very quickly.
Yeah, I think it's the line he's thinking of is the line I was speaking about last turn, but I think he's thinking about going the other way. He does have the advantage of being able to wait a bit, but he's losing value off of his 2 tanks, because these 2 tanks are gonna explode themselves. They're not sticking around. I think he has to commit, and I think he is committing. He's just wanting to get the value. He was worried about the value, and that's actually very costly. That mobile defense was kind of dead credits. I get why he wants to remove the value of 77th, because 77th really is that much value on the board that you really want to get rid of it as soon as you have the chance.
Especially when you have... But also when there's this Panther A in the front line. The pressure that's on J King, where every point of healing could matter. You know, this is going to be 8 damage to Jaking's HQ this turn. Or sorry, 7 damage. It's heavy armor after, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still that thing is basically lethal in a box if you can get past the guard. And I'm trying to remember, does Cornguy run a copy of Suppression? I think
no, but he's got Command Failure in the deck, and Command Failure will just delete the guard.
Yeah, that's true. I think Jaking's going to have to commit the SU-85, and he doesn't want to.
Well, we can get rid of the Panther if we're Jaking, right? If we go for the trade, put down the T-34, the big one.
100%. We can then use the shock, which clears this, and obviously you don't take the damage because it is not attacking. I have seen more inexperienced players misread the text on that card and think that it's any time it deals damage. You're fine attacking it, just don't let it attack you. That was a big tempo play from J King. He's put Cornguy in a much more difficult position. He, of course, doesn't realise that Cornguy has Leopold. And
you've got to get rid of this T-34 first, though. Oh, look, and here's the thing. It goes for the fight, it flips, and then it gets the buff. So it fights before the buff from the Contest Doctrine, which is just a very cool little thing.
It's also, once you learn that interaction, it is so valuable, but J King, really smart here, has taken all of that healing, and now that healing starts to tell heavy. And that's one thing this deck... So now J King does not. So this is the earlier turn we talked about. I know Bubbles mentioned it earlier. This Corsun push-up to protect 2 threatening units. This makes this much harder to remove. Unfortunately, Corn is carrying a really good answer to this board state.
It's been sitting there since the opener. 49th, you're happy to overdraw that. It's not too important. Yeah. J King could potentially just put 3 49ths in the front line.
It would not shock me if he actually considered it, because it's very, very hard to answer. But he could also just Depths of Winter this out. But I don't often criticise J King's thinking process, but I don't think I like this play.
Well, I'm sure he will be letting you know why it's the correct play in Twitch chat in a moment.
Oh, I'm sure he'll let me know why it was the right play, but I'm not... It's just... For those wondering, like, the reason being, when you've got Contest Doctrine active, Depths of Winter can be so good for a late developed board.
Yeah, the worry is with playing Depths of Winter here is there's going to be more threats coming out. So then there's going to be a lot of big threats coming out, and Depths of Winter handles these really well. In a way, other AoE can't really, because they can outgrow the size of your other AoE. The tactical... What's the 7k one called? It slips my mind.
Oh, strategic focus.
Strategic, yes.
Strategic focus.
Like the tanks can outgrow the size of that, and the Depths of Winter is very good for handling it. However, Leopold coming down, bouncing your board, feels really bad. It then proceeding to get attacks off on your board feels even worse. So I understand just wanting to get rid of it as soon as.
It's true. I feel like there was a better answer, but what do I know? I'm not the 3-peat world champion. Front formation is, of course, huge here. J King has very good defense value. What I will say, though, if any deck can throw enough bodies on board to blunt front formation, it's a Contest Doctrine, kind of Blitz Doctrine Germany deck, because it can produce plenty of bodies. If you he's thinking about glide bombing here, which would be a really strong play, actually.
And these glide bombings currently have been working out for Cornguy really well. We've seen 2 of them, and both of them, Corn was able to generate the draw from it.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see.
I like holding back the combined arms. The issue of playing the combined arms straight away is J King just heals back off this 845th straight away. Now, J King...
Yeah, and this...
Go on.
This is what I meant about any deck that's going to be able to blunt front formation. Like, you've gone straight to having 3 decent value units. These are not easy to remove units in the front line right now, and that makes front formation a lot less appealing. The downside, unfortunately for Cornguy, is the existence of these Italian blitz healers, because they trade so well.
Although Kurame is basically against front formation, it's going to guarantee killing the T-34. Sorry, it doesn't matter if you kill the T-34. I'm just speaking complete gibberish.
I did wonder where you were going with that. Would matter if upgrade was on the table.
Yeah,
but
no,
yeah,
I started speaking, and then I considered what I'd already said, and then I realized I disagreed with myself, which is always something good to figure out halfway through the conversation.
Yeah, halfway through what you're saying is the moment you want to realize it's not what you wanted to say. I get there all the time. So there are dagger strikes. Now that's really good here. Oh, this is going to feel bad for Cornguy. Dagger strikes played like that. That's so good. I would be very tempted to take the 3 heal off the Kurumi here, because I have another 845th.
Maybe, but there's also going to be the opportunity for, I think, bigger heals incoming.
That is true. Yeah, J King's gone for the. I would imagine. I think probably the more sensible play. I'm maybe a little bit too used to playing Brit Ally with Soviet control and being a little bit more gung ho. That now. This is really hard if you're Cornguy, because
yeah.
If you go wide, you can minimize the heal to a degree. Whereas if you build one massive tank that can survive all the trades, it just heals 3 times for its attack value, which is really bad.
Now we see Korn, though, being proactive in just trying to get rid of these basically as efficiently as possible. Hit it for 4, heal them for 4, don't heal them for anything else. You want, like, obviously, generally in these control mirrors, the thing which wins the game is rarely your actual health total, and it's more who runs out of juice first, who can out-juice their opponent. But when you've got Comet available, if you can keep your opponent on a reasonable health total, the sort of way of bypassing all the value they've got and just sniping the win is very doable. But with all of this healing, 44 is not particularly snipeable here for the Comet.
No, Comet's sort of sitting there going, this does not feel like it. And every turn, so we're at this point, we just saw the deck count. We've passed as it were, we've crossed the Rubicon when it comes to Alpenfestung. There's a point at which Alpenfestung becomes a lot less good. It's great if you get burned down early and you need to heal up against an aggro deck, but it's almost a dead draw in this mirror, because by the time Korn's likely to need the healing, he's not going to have the deck to spare. So I think at this point he's probably expecting to see that just sit there for the rest of the game. Comet, sadly, also mostly falling into that category now. That Naval Brigade used right is also going to be huge, and this is a very, very cheap 9/9. That is a very cheap 9/9 guard.
It is incredibly cheap. Unfortunately for J King.
It's not free.
Yes, but also unfortunately for J King, no longer has Blitz.
I know, it's so sad.
Yes. Being able to move your cheap 9/9 into the front line the moment it comes down would be slightly nicer here. But we see, with 5 cards left in deck for J King, it's starting to get a little bit rough on closing out this game. And you might think, with the amount of health J King has, and with this infinite value from front formation, that J King is in an advantageous position. But the moment Cornguy's health gets low, we do have this Alpine Festa. Now, you don't want to pop this before reaching fatigue, but once you've reached fatigue, you have this sort of piece of insurance where it no longer matters if your deck's getting milled. But also, if you've got 4 health left, you know this T-34 is incoming, and you've got 8 cards in deck, you're happy to pop the Alpine Festung and start taking fatigue, but be on 25 health, so you can survive it anyway. And now we see, look at the size of this lad.
Yeah, now this is what all of this sitting on the combined arms was for, because Cornguy knows that he's going to see the 9/9 guard. Oh, that SU-85, however, could be huge, but J-King has to decide here, how much does he want to draw?
He does also gain Blitz.
He does get Blitz, and it does mean that he can clear and trade with this tank, which is good, but he's also got to be very careful, but that 4/14th is now a liability, because when it dies, not only does it draw you cards, but it also loses you HQ defense. J-King, however, is one of, if not the best player I know when it comes to the maths of fatigue.
However, I think no matter how you spin the numbers here, J-King is in serious trouble. We're going to see Cornguy throwing out double crossfire. Just get rid of everything J-King has, get some extra credits back, and go for the comet to speed up the death process.
Yep, and he knows he's counted the SU-85s. He knows he's killed... We know Cornguy has counted out the SU-85s, the 845th. He has counted out the healing that J-King has in deck. And front formation, and I've talked about this before, if your opponent can blunt it, which we were talking about earlier, it becomes a hell of a liability because it accelerates fatigue, because it's an extra point of damage every turn. He can't play the 4/14th, because the 4/14th is devastating right now. He could put it down and has to just hope that he can get some value out of it, but unfortunately, I
think the thinking is, if J-King pushes up a 77th, I can use this to clear it from the front line and make space.
Yeah. 100%. He knows Comet's coming down. J-King's also, unless I'm miscounting, J-King probably knows as well as I do that he doesn't have another guard in deck. Which is bad, because he knows Comet exists. Cornguy might very well know it. Good players should know their opponent's decks. Comet is huge. J-King does not have an answer to Comet.
And we do see the push up to the front line, so did pay off.
Yep.
I would have expected the trade to go the other way.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't like to criticise the best players in the world, but I'm not convinced.
No, Bear. We love to criticise the best players in the world. That's what we live for.
I'm not convinced by that play. I do not think it was the right... I don't think it would have mattered, but I don't think it was the right trade. Cornguy's just looking at this going, this is great. You can have your tiny guard. I don't mind. I can find a way to get past it with my Comet. And it's just going to keep drawing you cards. It's whether Cornguy decides to just flex the Alpenfestung now, to just be like...
Just to show it off, yeah. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
And now...
Like, I'm going to reset my health. What's your answer now? Because he knows he doesn't have one. Strat Focus feels so bad, but if you don't play it now, are you ever going to play it?
Hey, we found the guard.
Doesn't count. It's never counted. That is not a guard. It is not a guard that counts as a guard. It really isn't. That card is a liability right now. It might have bought him one less Comet to the face, but Cornguy is not sweating a 1/2 97th right now.
No, it shouldn't matter. And it is starting to get to the point where dropping Alpenfestung might actually become worth it for Korn, just to be safe. But I think...
Yeah. I think the maths is in his favour enough that he doesn't have to, but I personally would be tempted to just flex on it because I am that human. But
also, what if you've done the maths wrong and this SU-100 got into the front? I mean, you can tell this match is over when we're just talking about complete theoreticals instead of...
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, this match has been over for about 3 turns.
And now we're just watching Stalingrad slowly being beaten by a very small German fighter.
In answer to the conversation going on in chat, the important part about Alpenfestung is it discards cards. It does not draw them. It removes cards from your deck when it comes to fatigue.
Yeah, it just removes them from your deck. So if you have no cards in deck for it to remove, it doesn't start triggering fatigue. It just heals you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is one of the best anti-fatigue cards. Next match.
So we're going to see J King
of your top player,
bringing back Soviets again.
I get why. This is a good deck, and I know J King knows these control decks really well, and it's got to be worth a win. I think I would have done the same. Oh, this is going to be interesting. We could be in for a long one.
But look at Korn's hand. We could be in for a very quick one.
Yeah, I've literally just
all the gas.
Yeah, I was gonna say Oh, that is the hand. Oh wow.
He doesn't go to the milk truck.
I think he's waiting to really accelerate the start.
Oh, dude, I can't. No, you got a milk truck, and then next turn you go Terribly's and you go Jasko. Dude, I like to play quicker than this. Korn's playing too slow for my liking. Get the fast forward button going.
I actually personally like Korn's choice here, but we'll see how it plays out. But the value in the hand, this is kind of a god hand for Throp.
Yeah, it's about as much as you could ask for, really, and it's just gonna keep accelerating really, really quickly.
J King has just corrected me in chat as to the entire logic of his play, and I accept the point.
Well, hold on. Right, take over. I'm reading. Let me get my glasses out.
Good. So we're all good. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be J King right now is looking at this, thinking, I cannot allow Throp to keep building like this. He needs to see draw to get to some useful tools. He's not going to like seeing Le Terrible come down, because Le Terrible right now is beautiful. And then we see this. So this... so I was going to say Cornguy switching up now, goes to play the guard, which I think is the right choice. He doesn't need to rush overly at this point. He's just putting it in a position where this is going to be really hard to answer. But there's definitely draw available for J King here. We've got the T34 comes down for the draw, which is really your only good play right now.
Okay, so for anyone watching the VOD, I'm going to read out J King's defense, and then the people watching the VOD can get in on the drama. The idea behind pushing the 5-5, the 5-5 infantry, not the tank, was I was trying to bait Cornguy into playing Schützen plus Comet, so I could push 14 and kill him in a single turn. I thought if I did it the other way and attacked the T34, he would play Alpenfestung 100% of the time. Cornguy replies, I fell for it. And then Ahmed the Wise asked Korn a question. We could just read out chat for the rest of today. This would be very easy.
We could just let chat. We could get some AI to read it out and just let chat take over. I will say though, J King has got a hand that just makes you sad.
Yeah, this hand here, it is incredibly slow. However, we do at least have some AoE and some removal in this hand. We've got the Naval Brigade, which can be good at killing sort of these big boys like the Michigan. And we got the Strategic Focus, which for the Soviet control deck is one of the answers usually to these production order bombers, because you can take it out and you don't kill all your units.
It is true, although you can't take it out when Cornguy drops it and immediately bolsters it.
That is true. We do have the bolster, which will... However, you can then just go for the dagger strikes.
That is true, dagger strikes.
Now, the really depressing thing in J King's hand is that he's got 4 of his T34s naturally drawn. He doesn't have any of these drawn from the destruction triggers. So at this point, they're pretty much just 4K 4/4s. and that's pretty.
Yep.
It's not what you're looking for.
No, they are depressingly on rate.
Yeah, they're about as
Cornguy's
normal
got a
as you
few.
could expect, and when you're trying to be competitive, normal isn't good enough.
No, and you can tell Cornguy's confidence anytime you're pushing up the Maricane. You know that you're having a confident kind of a day.
Now, J King has to make a decision. He can go for the strategic focus. The downside of going for this dagger strikes is you know that there's this bomber in hand, and that if there's any buff at all, you can't kill it anymore.
Yep, but on the other hand, you've got to stop the credit regen, because the second Michigan is one of the most. I mean, Cornguy literally just pushed up two of the most pivotal cards in Throp.
However, if J King can survive a few turns, Cornguy's hand starting to look a little bit small, starting to teeter a little bit, and
J King controlled the draw. We're not seeing massive piles of draw coming off. That is the one thing that Throp can struggle with, is it can either be starved with draw or it can end up with overdraw. Very rarely do you get that nice balance in the middle that you really would prefer.
There is, however, there's basically everything Super Fortress wishes it was is sitting on board right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 0 op cost 9/8 with heavy armor 1. That is what you really want to see in a super bomber. Because unfortunately, it's a free answer to basically
Phony War!
Oh no, that's gotta feel bad. Top decking the phony. Oh, he double draws.
Oh, look at all of this! There's the Bomber Mafia, the nukes are available.
Yeah, he's got access to the two mad French exile Polish guards that can make doing damage to anything else just feel bad. The hardest thing for Cornguy right now is picking the order in which he wants to play the absolute plethora of riches in his hand.
Goes for the Bomber Mafia, finds a Havoc, another Blitz Bomber, pops off the Firebomb.
That kills the shock regen, drops a guard and says, hey, carry on.
Oh, Depth of Winter!
What? It's there! Oh,
the top decks!
Oh, that's insane.
Now, J King is at 9, so he's not completely safe, but this deck runs a lot of healing, and these 845ths are sort of the answer for nukes, because when the nuke comes down, it heals you for the damage the nuke does. I mean, that's brought J King the potential to crawl back into this match.
That was the top deck of all top decks.
Now, Korn has to figure out the best way to end this. I'd be tempted to chuck a pontoon bridge down on that boy just for the bonus damage.
You're not wrong. I would have been tempted too. His other choice, obviously, is to keep rolling hard for the nukes and hope he can finish it. But as you say, if J King can get some 845th down, that nuke becomes a lot less good.
Alright, J King knows that there's going to be a nuke coming down from Cornguy next turn. He's able to level it up and play one. He's also got the credit spare to do the attack with the Havoc, so has to get some healing.
He's got the placebo plus the 845th, and now he can double swing. Clears out one last. It's only 1 damage on it, so unfortunately for Cornguy, that was a fairly majestically played turn from JK.
Although you can cancel out a lot of the healing now. You've got this 3/6 on board. You attack with the token. It's only going to heal JK for the 1. Pre-French Navy coming out. We see Cornguy starting to refill hand, finds another production order, and just starts whittling JK back down.
It's another B24D. J King's now looking at that strat focus and wondering, okay, so the engineers. Oh, but the timing here.
The timing is really awkward.
Yeah. They are not landing when you want them to.
Now J-King has to figure out what's my best way out of this situation. Just got to buy as much time as possible. 14 cards in Khorne's deck. If J-King can survive this onslaught, there's a good chance of decking Khorne out with just sheer value.
There absolutely is.
And
I'd argue that actually at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the ways this Throp deck often loses, is it just runs out of cards before it can kill its opponent. It's one of the big issues when you're a slower deck and your entire deck is infantry, is it can be very hard to sort of win the game later on if you don't have the momentum.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I regularly, when I'm playing Throp, run like a one-of the 6-cost bomber. Just to give me some more reach, because Throp desperately needs a way to finish games out a lot of the time, because if it can't finish a game out, you're absolutely right, it's just devastating. So this is good because it gets rid of the incredibly awkward exile.
Yeah, but there is another one, unfortunately. Now we're going to see a random enemy.
But that's okay, because there's not really a bad
Doesn't Khorne have lethal? You go for the nuke, you go for the bomber, you give it the pontoon.
He's got the credits for it.
Don't even need the pontoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Khorne takes... Is this a 2-0 on J-King?
2-0, yeah. Khorne 2-0's J-King.
And now there's the VLC media player.
Definitely not sponsored, but, you know, we all use it.
We have possibly the biggest budget of any cards tournament ever to take place. So now we're back at the bracket, and to symbolise that Khorne won this one, give him a little crown. Give him a little crown, and there you go.
I like that.
A win to Khorne. And obviously the players, the two players with the most crowns at the end of this advance to the finals. So Khorne gets himself a crown. Now,
great start.
Before we go into the next series, Santa's here. We've got to do a little bit of a giveaway. I think we're giving away 2 regular packs. So we're going to do 2 giveaways, each of them containing 1 regular pack. So if you just want to give it a couple minutes before running it to let people get their wrangles in check.
Make sure you get yourselves in. It is set so that once you've entered, you should stay entered, but !wrangle if you want the opportunity to win one of these packs, where we like giving away stuff.
Absolutely love it. Some of this historical art is so bizarre. Like this.
Yeah, the fact that this is a legit historical poster is slightly terrifying.
Now, please note, the !wrangle part, that isn't historically accurate. We did add that bit ourselves.
Yes.
But the Santa Claus has gone to war, that bit is real. Yep. I didn't just see it and think, oh, this looks like Santa. Okay, we've given it a few minutes. Let's run a wrangle.
So we have wrangled to Sanmar1122. Congratulations. I will be dropping a pack into your DMs in a moment. And then we'll be drawing another one. So bear with me.
While you do that, I'm going to switch to my cards for a moment. So how do I... Where's my... here we go. Cards. So for anyone in chat who's newer, to redeem your code, you're going to go to this settings icon in the top right corner, and you're going to press this redeem code button. Now, please note, I believe this is not available on iOS. So
you are correct. It's not.
If you're
the irony is, as a streamer, I can't redeem codes.
So if you're on iOS and you win one of our codes tonight, if you have another way of accessing cards to redeem your code, please use that. If you have no other way of redeeming your code, there's no way you can possibly log into Cards through any other means, message either me or Bear Gardener, preferably on Discord, afterwards, and I will pass it on to 1939, and I'll see if they can add it manually to your account. If you can figure out a way to do it yourself, please do that. But if it's literally impossible and you've won one of the giveaways, then we'll see if we can get 1939 to help us out. But there's no promises there. But again, it's settings,
we'll have a nice conversation.
Redeem, pop it in here, press confirm.
Yep, and the next person who can look forward to doing that is JT Total. JT Total, congratulations. I will drop that code into your DMs right now.
We're back on our camera. It appears my webcam is slanted a little bit. So yeah, that is
me being all efficient.
That is the first match. CornGuy taking the lead up against J King. Hold on. You see, we're both doing production stuff, so we're both multitasking today. If we go back to the brackets, so yeah, CornGuy takes the win against J King. Next up, we're going to have And Yet It Moves against Berto Burrito. Then after that, we're going to go back to Berto versus J King, and we're going to go on throughout this until we see the top 2 players for the round robin. And then between each of these matches, we are going to do a giveaway to chat. So after And Yet It Moves versus Berto, we'll do a giveaway. After Berto versus J King, we'll do a giveaway, and so on. And then we've got 2 more officer packs to give away. I think we're going to save those to the end. So after Corn versus Berto, we'll do the officer packs. But I think we should pretty much be ready to get into the next match. Let me just pull this up.
Yep, 100%. Like we are going to do everything we can to keep our stamina up for you guys. I have made sure I am well fed and awake today because we're in this for the long haul. Because this is just fascinating. We like a bit of round robin. I'm British. I'm always going to like round robin.
It sounds good. That's the main bonus. It's just got a funky name.
It's true.
Right. Okay, you see the match looks all good. So let's play. Once again, the round robin is pre-recorded. Our players played these matches throughout the last couple of weeks. And then the finals, which will be next Sunday, will be live.
It'll be very exciting. I'm very hopeful that we can sort the time out in a way that I will be free to be part of it. Oh, look at the flex from the 2 players, though. They're both playing the watch. I mean, if you've got the watch, you're playing the watch.
Yeah, look at that.
This is interesting because we're only going to see one hand here, which I think sometimes is fascinating. You can only see Berto's hand, which is actually, there are a lot of people who might be wondering, why on earth, if you're Berto, do you keep that strat bombing? But I actually think into this Brit deck, that's not a bad shout at all.
So, for context, the reason we can't see both players' hands, and we could in the first one, my editing software crashed, and my editing software crashed again, and again, and again, and again. I tried about 5 or 6 times, and every time it crashed, and unfortunately, I decided that we just have to move on. It's better, one perspective, better than none, so here we are. However, this does mean we may have to give a little bit more context to the deck the opponent is playing. So And Yet It Moves is playing a Germany-Britain sort of control deck, but it's got some fairly powerful early game tools. Berto, of course, is playing a Throp deck, going to be generating a huge amount of draw here, it looks like.
Yeah, he's done something that is, I think, depending on the deck I'm playing into, one of my favourite things to do with Throp, which is the having double Letterible can feel like it's too much, but having a 3/4 that you don't mind pushing up early in such a slow deck, because it doesn't really matter if you lose one of them, is kind of huge. Seeing another one in hand is less than ideal.
I appreciate Berto reading the card for us, as I don't think many people will be familiar with this this Matilda here. As you can see, shock heavy armor, becomes veteran after its shocks attack, at which point it gains guard. It's a Blood and Iron card. I think that's the best explanation for why it's here. It's a Blood and Iron card.
Yeah.
And
it's a Blood and Iron card. It has shock, and then it turns into a guard, which means it's not awful, and it fills one of your 18 required Blood and Iron cards. Again, all the decks in this tournament must run a minimum of 18 cards from the Blood and Iron expansion.
that
So
is
you
correct.
will see some cards.
And only the
that are
Blood
a
and
bit
Iron.
odd.
We're not counting the mini expansion, which has come out since Blood and Iron. We're very strict here. Blood and Iron is Blood and Iron only, nothing which has come out since.
Yep. You can't sneak some dragons in there and be like, they count, they don't.
And
Now, speaking of shock, this is a truly shocking board. We've got shock everywhere.
That is true. There are, 3 units of shock on the board.
Yeah.
First one shock attacks, becomes a guard. Now, Berto, going to let us read it again. At the start of your turn, pin a random enemy unit. So one of Berto's guides is going to be pinned every turn by this Matilda. Could be incredibly annoying for Berto. Could also be incredibly annoying for And Yet It Moves if it just pins the smokescreen guy in the backline.
Yeah, I played the life out of this card when Blood and Iron came out because I really wanted it to be good, but you know how I feel about random. However, there's a lot. A slow deck like this does not like seeing things like a Cheshire Regiment and Garrison spawning. However, B24J is a very good answer to any of this pinging damage to your HQ nonsense. And obviously, if he can find his Maracane, he's got all the heal in the world.
And Berto probably hoping to find something which lets him turn this board into a little bit more tempo, I think. You know, we've got all these guys on board, but... Go on.
He's got 10 credits. He's looking for precisely one card. He wants to draw Victory March.
Yes. Well, Victory March was the one I had in mind, where he'll better operate this board as much as he wants. He can put down something beforehand to get the reduction on that as well. The only worry with Victory March is the follow-up AoE from And Yet It Moves to remove all these units that you since buffed, but... Gonna see one of those come out now. It's gonna wipe Berto's board completely clean. And there's just something about a crossfire. It's either the most beautiful thing to watch or the most horrible thing to watch. It really depends just on your perspective on the card itself. When you're against it and you see your whole board just ticking away. Yeah. And there's something about the fact that it's not instant. You can see it slowly gnawing away at your board. And it's sort of like a freight train moving towards you. You know, there's nothing you can do to stop it. But unfortunately, you know, you got your heel stuck in the track, and by gods, you're not going to let that heel go.
It's true, and to be fair, it can be a very satisfying animation. This is a very, very good Calliope. So this feels good for Berto. We're seeing an awful lot of cleaning up the board right now. Both players, however, very full on hand, wanting to be quite careful about what they do with it. It's the fighty boy. We like the fighty boy.
There's the Victory March.
A little bit late.
Little bit late, but at least we didn't lose everything. Now, Berto has to make some decisions here. M6, very powerful. You know, it's going to be a big body. It's going to threaten not only pressure on And Yet It Moves HQ and board, but it's also going to basically make any pressure on Berto's HQ null and void. Now we see Berto potentially just trying to go for a whole bunch of face damage. You could put down this 1k guy and then go for the Victory March, and you can now take the front line and try and offer a little bit of protection to this bomber.
It's not bad. It's 9 heal. And I quite like it because, as you say...
Goes for the trade!
You can clear the board. I actually like that. I think just... And Yet It Moves is not running anything that is going to come out super fast in this deck.
It also means that the slower cards And Yet It Moves has they also can't gain blitz from having enough attack. It's that passive, people forget about it, but when it gives your bigger units blitz, it can be really scary.
That hurt. Oh, wave after wave is very strong, but it always hurts when you see wave after wave go off and one of those bombers is just sat there going, no, it didn't get me though. But this is not a great hand for Berto. The second Michigan is much less appealing now because the value proposition's not there. Not until you can get the board a bit wider.
I like this. There's quite a few pings in and yet it moves decks. Getting this up to a little bit more HP. And there's another B24D available. Just look at the amount of B24s.
Yeah, this is we may very well be about to see 3 B24Ds on the board at the same time.
And there's a B24J, and yet it moves just scoops. Too many bombers for me.
I mean, he seems to pan. Yeah, there's no answer.
No, absolutely no answer whatsoever. Now we see.
That was all on that good pivot turn from Berto when he cleared the board back and just played it well. And that's one thing you have to do on Throp, is you've got to realise when you don't want to overplay your hand. I mean,
Berto just seems to absolutely adore that Throp deck. I believe it's one of his more played decks in recent tournaments, so has the experience to know how to pilot it and apply pressure. We see 3 Type 92s available for Berto, and yet it moves coming back on this Britain-Germany deck.
You know, I'm Berto, I almost wanted to keep that duty bound. It's got 4 of them.
and buddy.
The Type 94.
He's got all of them.
Great.
Oh my God.
You're never going to... I'll say this much. You're not going to see a faster start on this deck. Oh, that's crazy. And yet it moves is not going to enjoy the next 2 turns.
Oh, it's just so comical to see so many of these little tanks.
This is like watching Usain Bolt go off the blocks against some guy from your local Harriers.
I'd have a go. If Usain Bolt challenged me, I'd give it a go, just for a bit of fun, just for a laugh.
Oh, absolutely. I just wouldn't expect to win. This is devastating.
You've got to hold back Type 94, right? Because otherwise Crossfire blows you out. You get this other 2 defense guy.
Yeah, you do. You don't play the Type 94. You don't play the 15th. There is no reason to right now. You know Crossfire is a big piece of removal in that. Honestly, you just wail away.
Yeah, just keep wailing. Now, Berto.
Contemplating. Berto always going to think his turns through. If you're watching this and you're newer to the game, this is a good thing to learn. Don't rush. You don't need to.
No, the quicker you play, the more damage your units do. That's why Jaguar players will play so quickly, because it makes their units do more damage.
Other top tip, don't listen to Bubbles. So I know. So and yet it moves must feel so rough right now. But Berto's hand isn't looking great now because he doesn't. There are cards in this hand he just does not want to play right now. But and yet it moves really is too passive right now to be able to do much about it. He hasn't got a threat on the board. Oh, now Berto.
Oh, but the desperate measures.
Yeah. Oh, this could be interesting.
And yet it moves. He's probably set up the Crossfire. Now there's the potential he's just playing this little guy because his hand is crap and he's got nothing else to do. Just wants to get some units on board, but this Crossfire now is so much scarier.
Yeah, the thing is, we could literally see a complete reset. Because this Crossfire... he's gone for the draw. Berto clearly believes if And Yet It Moves has got the Crossfire, you absolutely take the draw while you can. There it is, because you need the refill because you're about to have no board.
Yeah, I mean, there could be an argument to try and wait and try and use it after, but then there's also if there's not a crossfire and yet it moves just puts down a massive guard, and now you're relatively safe to be aggressive. And it's also with 20-second, sometimes he's just a 2k cycle. It really is the case where sometimes that's all he is, and you just have to accept that. And yet it moves, starting to establish a lot of board.
Yep. However, Berto can make that scout really, really annoying.
Yeah, +3/+3. He can guarantee additional draw. However, that additional draw is coming at the cost of cards in hand. So it's not free draw, but it does basically mean these duty bounds are more like a cycle rather than a lost card.
Yeah, you're cantripping out the duty bounds in effect here, and if you're very, very lucky, you might even get a third draw off it, although that's high. Oh no, it's all over, never mind. And Yet It Moves. This, by the way, is why And Yet It Moves loves number 9 commandos. This is why I love number 9 commandos. It's an extraordinarily good piece of removal.
It's so versatile as well. Sometimes you're playing against Jaggro, you just drop this guy pretty early on just as a dude that can hit things. Sometimes you're taking out the opponent's biggest threat and ruining their whole game with it.
Yes, most satisfying moments I've had in my life have been things like watching your opponent get out double Blitz Doctrine, drop down a massive Panther, and then just dropping a number 9 commando and an Albacore.
This Anne is potentially a lot of value for Berto, just because it's a Blitz bomber that can start trading away with the board. However, Berto's life total is actually starting to fall a little bit. He's down to 13.
And Yet It Moves isn't overly worried here, but that Panzer's huge, because that Panzer can make the Anne so much stronger. Because now the Anne can sit and is very hard to answer. Duty bound onto Anne, you never want to see this.
I mean, previously you would have expected the Anne to have to take out the bomber, but now Berto can get straight to work on generating value with this.
And he can remove the Cheshire if he wants to, although I'm not sure I'd bother.
I say he's on 13 health, but you're not. I don't mean to say Berto's close to death. I more mean when And Yet It Moves establishes complete control of the board, Berto has far fewer turns to try and find outs for the situation because of the lesser health. Berto's not under any pressure right now, but when Berto is under pressure, Berto will have a lot less space to move about. And there's another crossfire.
So number 9 commando and crossfire is one of the most brutal things you will ever see.
MVP today. MVP.
Yeah.
Moving up the 05 is a surprise to me. It doesn't particularly matter. Berto scoops it up. Players are 1-1 now.
Yeah, this one's going the distance. Again, we have really some of the very best players you will ever see. And
however,
these also, I have to say,
I will note these are incredibly good players, but this is also an incredibly casual event. So don't worry too much. If little errors are made, if little mistakes are made, like this isn't the World Championship. We're all here to have a good time. So, they are good players, but also cut them some slack because it's a casual event.
Oh, please do. And also remember that this is not an event where there's money on the table. We're not, Bubbles and I are not millionaires fronting, a massive amount for this, as much as that would be nice to do. I'm afraid I can't help you with that.
We did consider trying to do something, but then it becomes a little bit awkward, I find. Especially when it's like first place gets a bit of money, but no one else gets any. However, we are talking to some Nigerian princes, so hopefully next time there'll be a couple mil on the line, I'm hoping.
Whereas J King's view is, call out the mistakes and flame them in the comments. Fair enough, you brought it on yourself, my friend.
Alright, pull up the J King match. Let's break it down. Now, relatively slow start here for both players. Berto, quite an awkward spot. doesn't go for the... Sorry, I was going to say desperate measures, but I don't know why.
Oh, okay. So
I feel surprisingly sleepy for someone who woke up at about 8:30 a.m. and it's now 7 p.m. You'd think I would have woken up by now, but for some reason, spiritually, I'm still in bed.
That's fair. To be fair, I'm at that point whereby I'm starting to get my second wind. You know, my health issues are my health issues, but once I get to recover from them, I'm in a better place. But I was struggling a bit when we started, but that's the fun. Now, this is interesting because neither player feels like they have any tempo, and yet they're both playing Japan. How often does this happen?
It's been a pretty stale, match so far. There's been very little going on. I feel like, and yet it moves has the advantage because and yet it moves has the doctrine, so they can do things in these inactive positions. But also, Berto's hand is actually quite explosive, so there could very easily be a Berto takeover very quickly.
Yeah, he's got a lot of explosive draw, and he's also those two duty bound targeted right. The one thing you don't want to see is, and yet it moves right now, is any way for Berto to really buff up that 77th. That 77th is strong enough value as it is.
Look at that. Even when and yet it moves attacks into it, gonna be getting a bit of oh no!
It's just value into more value into yet more value.
Were you here? Were you here for the shoot turn plus winter regiment meta?
Yes, I'm afraid I was.
Because I'm getting some flashbacks right now. Oh, you moved to the front line. You're in for it, buddy. You're in for it for doing something.
Yeah, don't. The front line is somewhere you don't want to occupy. Yeah, no, I was there.
Kards 101, taking the front line is bad. Just want to stay in the... Whoever takes the front line first, they're done.
It's all right. You can say that around me. I'm a lifelong Brit Air player, so I actually agree with you.
And now, Berto, considering chucking out some duty bounds, gonna spread out the buff.
I actually really like this because it makes it very, very awkward and gives him some draw options plus a really, really good push on the tank. The G is not bad right now.
It also means that if It moves has the desperate measures, the game isn't just over on the spot, right?
Yeah. Oh, that fighter though is not nothing because and yet it moves choosing to get rid of it. I kind of get why. At least it loses the guard, makes him space. Both players now got signal regiment out. Red Sun, if you're watching,
They're both gold.
Gold signal.
They are both golden signals.
Sonny, if you're watching, I think this one's for you. And also, signal could be huge in this match. Now, this is the kind of slow start where signal could make such a difference.
That Stark is actually so awkward because if you're massive buffing your Type 92 in the front line there, that Stark is just, you play Type 93, now it's doing 6 damage to the enemy Type 92. Yep.
That's the trick. That's the Stug is a potent little pain in the backside when it wants to be, and it comes with smokescreen. This is very, very difficult. This is quite a cagey Japan mirror. I am definitely getting Winter Regiment flashbacks.
I'm just disappointed that the watch isn't out from and yet it moves on this one because we'd have same card back, the golden signal mirror. If we both had watches, it would just be
yeah. As I said though, signal is making such a huge difference here because that recon play.
Oh, but the Anne
clicking on it. Yeah.
Anne could be huge here.
huge.
What are we on? +3 or +4 on duty bound? I feel like we're on +3, so Anne could do a ridiculous amount of damage.
+3/+3, and he's got a type 93.
That is true. You chuck down the type 93. We're going to be doing 8
and that's
damage.
Yeah, 8 damage. And you have no quick response.
No,
You've got to find removal. If you don't find a way to remove it, it's over. And if you remove too much, it's over.
Contest
anyway,
Doctrine is not good news. And there you go. Berto takes it. And I believe that's a 2-1 lead to Berto, correct?
Yep, that's Berto 2-1.
Yeah, so if we go back to the production value sets and we hop on over to our bracket, we will now give a lovely little crown to Berto Burrito. There you go, look at that. All about them crowns. All about them crowns. And I believe
I am loving the crown.
It was like there was like 5 minutes until we were meant to be going live. I was like, oh shit, I gotta get somewhere showing who's won.
I need a visual indicator. Wait, yeah. I'm British. It's the crown.
Well, I was like, I really hope this font I've chosen for everything today. There's 2 fonts for everything today. I was like, I really hope one of them supports a little crown symbol. But match is over. We gotta show a little bit of appreciation. So let me just pull up Santa. There he is. We'll give people a couple minutes. They can type Wrangle in Twitch chats, and that will enter them for the opportunity to win a card pack. I think we're going to be doing 2 giveaways here. Each one are going to be giving away a single card pack.
Yep. We've got I've got a nice lined up pair of standard packs, Blood and Iron packs, of course.
Of course, it was on theme. It only felt right to do Blood and Iron packs for the Blood and Iron Wrangle. And when the summer expansion wrangle takes place, we'll do summer expansion packs.
Yeah, it's also got to be said, I so far really loving the format. I'm liking this.
It's not. It's restrictive, but it's not too restrictive.
Absolutely.
Okay,
that's
right.
What we want.
We've got some wrangles in chat. I think we give away the first one.
Yep, I'm going to go Wrangle us a winner. And Rianovic, you have picked up another win.
My lord, they're raking in it.
I know, 2 whole wins, 3 giveaways.
And one of them, didn't they win the officer pack earlier? Was the other thing they won?
Yeah, I believe so. I know we've definitely got one out there.
You've got to do us a favor. You got to do us a favor here, Rianovic. Let us know what you got in any of these packs. Let us know if you got anything good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Always let us know if you get something epic, because we love to see it.
Jakin reckons next time it should be double round robin, best of 9s. I assume then we're going with 5 decks, no bans.
Yeah, 5 decks, no bans, double round robins. Tell you, so what? Basically, Bubbles and I'll just clear out a long weekend with a bank holiday, then, shall we? Just for the casting.
Well, what we could do, let us know either. Let us know what you got on the officer pack or the regular one. Just let us know what goodies you're getting. What we can do, J King can play a best of 9. We'll find some poor soul for him to do that with. We'll chuck it into the media player and we'll just put it on 5 times speed, and we'll just watch it at super speed.
There is that, yeah. I do love a best of 9.
So I believe we've got a second pack to give out as well now.
And it is going to Cool Kidabest. Cool Kidabest. That is very good. We are glad to see it. I will be sending that to you momentarily. I am thoroughly on it today. Yep. Okay, so Cool Kidabest, you need to turn on your Twitch DMs for me to be able to send you the pack. I have got your name stored next to the pack, so I know it's there. If you can't do that for any reason, feel free to reach out to me on Discord, and I will get you the code. You are marked up as ready.
Should we give him an at in Twitch chat as well to let him know, in case he's getting a drink or something?
Yep, I am just...
So I'm going to swap back to the brackets, just so everyone can see it again. So we've had Corn versus J King, which Corn took the win. And then we've got And Yet It Moves versus Berto. And Berto picked up a win for themselves there. Next, we're going to have Berto versus J King. And then we'll do another giveaway after that. And then we'll do CornGuy versus And Yet It Moves. And we'll just continue on throughout the day like that. Now, I must confess, I have to go to the little general's room for a moment. Relieve myself.
I'm just going to vamp here with everyone, and we can look forward to the fact that we do get to watch two best friends playing against each other, which is also very cool.
That's fine. Well, I wanted to say, would you like to sit with chat, or do you want me to put on a waiting screen? It's up to you.
Well, I could also do with the little general's room, so if we can just put a waiting screen up and chat will be back in like a couple of minutes. Be back!
I muted the wrong mic for me. We're back! Hey! Okay. I think enough dilly-dallying. Let's get into J King versus Berto Burrito. Just full screen this for us here. Now, once again...
So what did we go to? J King's bringing Japan, which is a really interesting because J King, of course, has the Finland ally with Japan, which makes it just that little bit harder to predict the play against. It's not just the classic Jagro. Berto, of course, going to be on flop here. So...
J King's hand put back everything, got back even worse. 2 lots of swords, an expansion, and no units until turn 3. And yeah, Berto's on the Throp deck. We saw this USA France Throp deck earlier. However, since Berto's deck is relatively slow, J-King does have time to still get all these cards online. It would be a much sadder state of affairs versus like a Jackro deck or something.
I was going to say, can you imagine in the mirror if you pull against a Japan-Germany aggro deck and that's what you get after a mulligan? The desire to just hit that I'm just going to scoop now button. That's so slow. That said, Sturmy, so strong.
I just read one of the chat messages which said we should have pre-recorded the bathroom break.
Oh, I wish we could do that. That'd be so helpful.
Oh, direct hit coming in huge.
That's massive.
Oh,
that cost him the Sturmy and the Lotter.
Now, J-King gets the expansion off. Now, you can see we've got world-class players here because they are playing the expansion when they have their Japanese units in the front line and not their Ally Nation units instead, which is...
Yep.
I just when you make your whole deck gold, sometimes I'm looking at the cards, I'm like, is this one Japanese or Finnish?
I have this problem because I goldified a bunch of my Japan cards for various things, and yeah, I have that issue. If your deck's all gold, you need to look at the little flags. That said, that 77th is looking very annoying right now.
It is, however, Berto has this sort of lovely pattern of guards here. You know, Terribly's behind guards. Makes it quite difficult for J-King to navigate.
Yeah, but the downside when you're playing Throp with this board is it's like, I've got all of this potential... Oh, wait, I can't draw anything because I have to play a 3-op card to draw anything.
And there's another direct hit.
Because Berto has got to get off of his support line because one of the big problems with Throp is if it gets held on the support line like this, it can just choke.
Absolutely.
And J-King knows it, and that's, if anyone is wondering why this sequence of play from J-King, this is a big part of it. He's wondering right now, do I bother killing the guard? I mean, he wants to get aggressive, but I mean, at this point, the problem for Berto is that one card is just painfully too much draw, and this can brutalize your Throp deck.
However, Berto does have plenty of tools still available to fight back against this board. You've got pretty big units with Blitz, such as the Michigans. You've got good AoE available in the deck with the... you've got the Victory March as well. 12 HP. J-King brings out the... That's such a good meme. Brings up the surrender button.
Right, somebody clip that, because that needs to go as J-King's like, there's the meme.
Brings up the surrender button.
Just tilted off the board by Throp. I mean, in fairness, that was brutal to watch. Yeah, he kind of really had to sacrifice that Letterible, though. Oh, Sissio Sasto could become a huge pain in the backside.
It could, but I feel like Berto has so many tools that can just fight back against it. You know, the Bomber Mafia deals with it really well. Just a massive Michigan.
The thing is, it doesn't anymore because
that is true with the desperate measures.
Just absolutely accelerates the life out of that Sissio Sasto.
Straight up to a 4/5, and it's only going to be growing. This unit, he's either the most powerful unit in the game or the most useless in the game. There's never an in-between, and there's the Bomber Mafia. I think you'd be quite happy to try and find a suppression bomber in this, but...
Yeah. Suppression Bomber, or honestly, I'd probably take a Havoc because I get the 2 damage and then I can blitz out and get another 2 and hope I can just stay around long enough to get that. Anything that gives me a chance of getting shot. Because
even like a slower bomber, there's only going to be four defense on this Sisio. There's quite a few slower bombers that can pick it off.
True. Oh, Marikane's coming down is now that's problematic because no matter how big your Sisio gets, that Marikane's can generate health so hard and so fast. I know Karma, of course, cheering for the Sisio in the background. I feel you, but I agree with you, Bubbles. It is either the card that wins you the game or the card that does literally nothing.
Yeah, there's never an in-between.
It doesn't have average days, that card.
I mean, sometimes you're playing Jaguar, you've got no turn 1, you pass it, your opponent puts down this before you can get anything down, and you just like, okay, this game's over. I just can't win anymore.
Yeah, I'm just done. I'm gonna scoop because I just don't want to sit and watch it all go wrong. Now, I like the Sturmy here setting up because Anne later has the potential to be so devastating. So the thing about Anne is if you can set it up right, Anne can be 2 damage to HQ and +1/+1 to your Sisio every turn.
It's another Bomber Mafia. I'd like to point out J King's deck is heavily built around shock, and J King's just not been able to utilize. Okay, strategic bombing comes out, wipes the back line. Berto's going to completely clear board. Berto has board, Berto has hand, Berto has health, Berto has everything. And J King is
Berto gets points for tough break partnering J King on curve.
Yes.
That really hurts. Because all Berto is doing now is going, of these, how many health can I generate from 12 credits and a single Marikane?
I mean, it just seems so impossible here for J King to really pull back into this. Maybe Berto's Wi-Fi cuts out. Maybe there's a power cut, but they are both Canadian, so any power cut affecting Berto could also hit J King in the AoE effect. So
it's true. Look at that. That turn, 30 HQ defense. J King, his shock units are doing absolutely nothing, and he's done.
Yeah, I mean,
I get it. Not going anywhere.
Credit to not being done a couple turns sooner, to be honest. Gonna see same deck coming out for J King, and now Berto gonna have to switch off the Throp deck. We'll see, what does he end up bringing? He brings the Japanese deck. I believe it should be a German ally, so we are going to see Japan versus Japan. Yeah. J King going to be hoping for a much quicker hand, but also going first, super important here. J King does find going first, does have strong tools available. Expansion.
Shinhoto
Go on.
Is huge here. Shinhoto's huge. Shinhoto is the card you want to see because of the shock value. 77th is massive. I will say, in my opinion, in this particular matchup, I favour the Finland ally more. I think it generates better value. And I like J King's shock in this is going to make Berto's life very, very hard.
Now, Berto has to secure the front line or allow J King to draw. However, taking his time, so may not have the one drop to suit. No.
There's very little in Berto's deck, though, that is giving him the result he wants. J King kind of has to think here. How worried is he by this? I think he's probably fine just taking the trade.
I mean, this is a fairly standard opener these days from Jaguar, right? You put down your one drop, Jaguar replies with their one drop, and then it's just who has more one drops. Obviously, Berto here has more one drops, able to secure the front line, and now J King's on the back foot. I find Jagro very much these days is just a duel of the one drops.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I think that duel, this is the card that quite often settles the argument.
Yeah, when we reach this sort of mid-game, J King has so many more tools and so much more value to really make every card count.
I mean,
Now,
he's got the 77th on board. He's got infantry. Is it infantry regiment 36? Chat can correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it's 36.
Which is again just insane value, and he's got a duty bound. And honestly, popping a unit with the 77th and putting duty bound on the guard into Jagro is not the worst play.
You just do have to be careful, because on the ascent, if you put that guard on 3 attack with everything else, you've got to be a little bit careful.
Yep, the on the ascent is a thing. We see this really, really strong infantry coming down. Again, we've seen these units have become so ubiquitous in this deck.
We also, though, see once again you take the front line. No, you take the front line. However, J King's deck, I think, is slightly better at not taking the front line than Berto's is.
Yeah, J King, of these two players, and this is one of the reasons I like Finland as an ally, and specifically in the mirror, is J King's deck is fine. Just fine with not having the front line.
Yeah, I can wait. I'll build up these value engines. I'll wait until I've got a bunch of units on board.
He's pulled another infantry regiment. He's got the Sturmy, and he pulled Desperate Measures.
God. How does J King want to take this, though? Gonna go for the Desperate Measures. Has to decide, do I want to just trade yet?
Yeah, I think he does. He just takes the tempo play here because he's got card advantage. He's got board advantage. He's got, well, technically he's got card pair. No, he has got advantage. He's one card up.
And now, for Berto to draw, Berto has to take the front line. But for Berto to take the front line, J King just takes value trades. And those value trades effectively reduce the power of your draw. You're trying to build card advantage, but you are getting card disadvantage by allowing J King to get these valuable trades against you.
Yeah, J King's going to take the shock trade here and just push up. He can totally afford to. And he's got so many. He's pulled another infantry regiment 36. J King's hand screams value here.
And I feel like the moment you find one of these Svards, you just end the game. The moment your whole board has no operation cost and increased health.
I mean, Desperate Measures is good here, but not as good as you want it to be. You need to find a way to get rid of that Sturmy.
Berto is able to generate a bit of card draw for himself. J King's hand is a little bit slow, so there is the possibility that if Berto can find like a signal regiment, maybe you can just burn J King out. But we've already seen Anne, which is a great source of burn, and that's gone.
You can see he's going hard face here, which you totally understand. Oh, now, Raiding Brigade is an interesting card here. Doesn't matter in this instance because of shock.
I think you want Sturmy in the front line because this costs additional credits to target. If you put the Sturmy in the front line, it's a lot more difficult for Berto to navigate your board.
Yeah, for those not familiar, it costs you an additional, is it 1 or 2 credits to target Sturmy? It's such a pain in the backside. You get flashbacks to playing against US mid-range.
Plus 2 credits to target, so Sturmy's got plus 2 credits to target and shock. So it is just like a pain in the ass to deal with in every way possible. But J King is down to 6 health, finds the Sissio Sasto. That's going to make it a lot more difficult for Berto to apply any pressure to J King.
The Raiding Brigade is huge here because Raiding Brigade denied a draw and gave bonuses to... He's denied draw, denied an attack buff, and buffed the Sissio Sasto with a single 1-cost card and then 1 credit to operate. Oh, sorry, 4 credits total because it's got to play it and operate it. But this is the value proposition of this deck. What this deck says is, I'm just going to outvalue you. Buzz Bomb, however, you don't want to see that. Oh, you really don't want to see that.
Oh, he's getting low. Down a 4, but we've seen the Ann already. We've seen the desperate measures.
Yeah,
There's the signal, and you've just used the rating.
Yeah.
Berto needs 4 death triggers, and then that would be Jaking's death.
Oh no, he's got the this is huge. So this is what we like to call in England squeaky bum time. This is very, very scary if you're Jaking right now.
And look at that, because 3 units. Berto's saying, hey, I only need 1 more unit, and if it's got Blitz, you're dead straight away.
Right. So Jaking now has to do a lot of very quick maths, because he really, really needs to find a win and...
but triple duty bound.
Duty bound. What are we on? Have we seen one played yet? Or are we just on 3? Because what are we on? +1, +1, +3, +3, plus... So it's effectively +6, +6. Then 7 for the Type 93. So he could theoretically do 11 damage?
The question is just, does Berto have a blitzer? If Berto has a blitzer, I believe there's 1 more Buzz Bomb available for Berto, then Jaking is just dead on the spot.
Yep. You kind of just have to YOLO here. Does he run a Hien?
No, there's no Hiens. There's no downside to pushing up.
Yeah.
And Jaking.
So this is the right play, yeah. Jaking knows what he's doing, which I shouldn't be surprised by now. So there are 2 cards, and Jaking knows the odds here. If just one of those cards can blitz, he's about to have a very bad day.
I want to know what these are. I want to know what these cards are.
Yeah, you and your software. I want to be able to see those 2 cards. Because, this though does remind you of what this kind of match feels like if you're on ladder in a tournament. And
the fact that Berto hasn't killed Jaking already makes me think there's not lethal in hand. An honourable fight, you're like, am I dead or are you dead? Who's dead here?
Yeah. That is not helpful.
Duty bound.
Duty bound. So he can clear.
And
he's going to take him down to 1, but he has... I don't think he's got it.
No, he doesn't have it.
And Jaking, Berto knows it's over. That is about as close as you're ever going to see that match get.
I'm guessing it was an expansion, but I wish he'd shown us.
Yeah, you and me both. But that was... And again, these guys test decks together and test for tournaments together enough that I don't think there are 2 players in the game that know each other's style as well as these 2.
Now we see Sherman's up against Jagro. What a hand for Jaking, though.
Jaking, yeah. This, though, is classic Jaking. For those of you who, for some reason, are not familiar with our 3-peat world champion, whenever he gets the chance to get into a tournament where he can be a little bit casual or not, legitimately, he always likes to bring something a little bit freaky. And this Sherman thing, for me, is his little freaky deck in his selection here, because it's a funny feeling deck to deal with.
You say this, but he does this non-casual tournaments as well. I distinctly remember him bringing a singleton deck to an OCC.
Yes, I know. I also remember him winning with infinite commandos in an OCC. Was that one of the opens? Either way, yeah, he has form for this. And I know he enjoys it.
Now, Grasshopper, a pretty powerful turn 2 here. Not only reduces the cost of the Shermans, but it does give them Blitz, which means this Calliope becomes incredibly scary. It's 4k to have the deployment effect and hit something straight away. Berto, going to be happy
Yep.
to get a little bit extra card draw here. However,
It's not going to be happy about making that grasshopper bigger.
now,
Oh, Lord.
J King, I believe, should target the unit on the right.
Yep.
This gives
if you're
you
doing
a
your math,
guarantee
this
kill on
gives you-
something.
Yep. It gives you, you're getting a kill. He can push this up totally freely because whatever this buffs, J King's happy because everything in his support line has reach. And Berto right now is looking at this thinking, can my day get any worse? Which is probably fair. If he knew the 2 cards in J King's hand, he'd know the answer was yes. Yes, it can. It's very, very hard to answer reach with good defense.
However,
Japan.
Right now you're looking at the board and you're thinking, oh, on the ascent could be beautiful here. But then you think a little bit more and then you realize this death trigger is just going to buff something and ruin your lovely on the ascent.
Yep, it just all that does is make on the ascent feel even worse. So J King's now got a 3/5 fighter. He can just clear this board. He can clear this board at will.
Doesn't even need to use the fighter either. You just operate one of the artillery. Yeah. But he does now set up the on the ascent for Berto. Now, I talk about the on the ascent. Let me just quickly double check that Berto runs it.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you sure it's in the deck?
I'm not completely sure. I'm just so used to it. I'm just so used to its presence.
Yeah, it is a card you often see, but that placebo is just kind of sat there waiting for the future.
He does not have on the ascent. Now, it's worth noting this was an open decklist event, so all the players knew each other's deck lists to a T. So, yeah.
Oh, I love this play from J King. I love this play so much. And everybody in chat is now looking at me going, but he didn't push the grey. He has no reason to.
No, you got to get used to the shock. You'll get used to these shock units. Don't push the front line. Remember, the front line is bad.
What he wants is to guarantee that when he pushes that Greyhound, he is going to get the value out of it. And now he is. Because he can trade it with the 15th Cavalry, push it forward, and still operate the 2 units in the back line, and also doing so would allow him to trigger placebo if he wants the heal.
Now, I should clarify that when I say the front line is bad, I'm being a little bit facetious here. The front line is typically incredibly good. I'm more just mocking the fact that in this matchup, the front line is bad. Don't stop taking the front line, people. Keep taking the front line. Front line is good.
Well, so you are about to, chat I suspect is about to witness, I have a feeling, a very well played turn. J King will be looking at his line here. If he finds the line, this is devastating. Because he can really, really kill the tempo that signals will give. That placebo is not nothing right now.
I don't know if my mic picked that up, but I accidentally just pressed the button of my chair and fell over.
That's okay. I did not hear you hit the ground.
I know Discord didn't pick it up, but I did see my mic in OBS peak, so I am curious if it was picked up at all.
I was going to say, chat if you just heard Bubbles go AOT. So this is huge. If you are Berto, you have got to answer that Greyhound now.
I can see chat is flaming J King for not pressing the cosmetic lighter enough.
Yeah. That's a good answer. Yeah, the expansion, which is kind of the only reason you want the 94 right now.
So Berto putting up a pretty good fight against such a good starter here for J King.
He's played it well, but J King is going to drop this and heal, which was always going to be huge. He's also got gunship. Is it? Oh, no, that's air. Is that air escort? My screen
He's
is
got
very
air
blurry
escort, and he
Or,
has a for freedom.
Yeah. So he's got draw when he needs it, but notice he's not just throwing it out randomly to draw. He's kind of okay with 2 cards in hand right now because of his board position. And he's not 100% sure where he wants the buff. If he was prescient, he'd have wanted the buff on the fighter.
Now,
now
is
this is
King?
really.
He can mega heal.
Oh, here we go. Oh, this
I don't
is
even know
huge.
if you want to mega heal, but he can.
Yeah, so if chat are wondering why we've just lost our collective, those 2 air escorts are now ludicrous heal value because he can trigger that placebo twice.
It's not even very good. It's just funny to see them suddenly become usable.
I mean, I have an entire deck, which is a Germany-Italy deck built solely around deployment effects for this reason, because I like to see air escort work. It's not a good deck, but it's fun.
And that's air escort in a nutshell. It's all right. You can make it work. I know J King makes it work, but there's better things to make work. But it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's just, especially if you can combine it with a well-timed matchy.
Now, Berto moves up, goes for the duty bound. We may just see a face race here from Berto. Because you're dead in you're dead in 2 turns no matter what. Yeah.
J King either top decks and you die, or you find a way to race him down. I don't think you can afford to try and trade here. I think you just have to brutalize face.
Well, it doesn't change the clock unless J King top decks an extra point of damage, which is very possible. There are a lot of cards that are available that would do that. That is not one of them, but it makes the race practically impossible.
Yeah. The victory march right now just says, yeah. J King's even going to take the time to. Is he just going to take the time to clear the threat?
No, I think you trade one of the threats you hit with the 4 attack one. It puts Berto on the same clock.
Yeah, that just puts the you don't want to take both. There's no need to.
I'm just worried if you double trade and then Berto gets like an expansion, so moves up, goes for an expansion, establishes a bunch more things in the front line, and now you feel pressure to trade with the front line again, and it just goes on and on and on, and then eventually Berto finds him out.
And this is what's going through J King's head right now, is he's trying to figure out which he thinks is the better play.
You take out the 3/3. If you hit face with the 2/3, no, just gonna clear.
Trade it.
I mean, it depends on what Berto finds here. If Berto doesn't find the expansion, then Berto's still on a very short clock.
Yeah. Oh, duty bound, that's not what he wanted to see.
No, that is very depressing here, and I believe this should be game over here. The 49th...
is now because... Yeah, he's just going to put this down. He's going to clear the threats. If he really wanted to, he could also heal himself twice, but that would just be, unnecessary at this point. J King's in such a strong position now, it's basically unassailable.
J King managing to not lose every single matchup possible. So kudos to J King for winning something.
Again,
I'm putting it
another tight match.
Okay, so there we go. That is J King versus Berto. If we pull up the brackets, we can now give J King a little crown. There we go.
I know, it's nice. The king is finally going to have his crown, which is important because, he shouldn't have that.
So, hold on, let me pull it up. Little bit of a tradition. Wrong screen. Well, there we go. Santa Claus.
There it is. Yeah, we've got Santa out. I'm going to head over, give you guys a little bit of time. Get yourselves the exclamation point wrangle in chat if you want to join the 16 people who are already entered. We'll be giving away another pair of standard packs, so one and then another one. Yeah, everybody's going in there, so I'm going to give the first one. Keep entering. There's another one after this. DB Cooper.
Also marks the halfway point of the show. We are halfway through our stream today, roughly. We have 6 matches, and that was the end of our 3rd match.
Indeed. And honestly, they've all been barn burners, as the Americans would probably say. I'm never sure whether I'm using that phrase correctly or not, because I'm not American. I'm sure there's plenty of Americans in chat who can tell me how Britishly I'm using it wrong. Meanwhile, DB Cooper, I have booted you your code. Oh, Rianovic, thank you for being so polite. That was very nice of you. And we got one more to give away, and it's going to go to Zia. Zia. Another streamer, by the way. Definitely check him out if he gets back on. Lovely, by the way, to see how many of our big active community turning up for this event and just supporting it. I love you guys for turning up and helping Bubbles and I with this nonsense.
It is a whole lot of nonsense. I mean, we're mostly just here to spread the nonsense. But you know.
It's a British tradition. I mean, if you really want to understand it, look at our history of military weapon development. We're good at nonsense. Giveaways are done, sir.
You're using it right, but it's a little bit outdated. Well, there you go. So I'm going to pull up the bracket once more. So we're now going to get into Corn versus And Yet It Moves, and then giving no break to the pre-recorded And Yet It Moves. We'll then get into And Yet It Moves versus J-King. Then we'll get into Corn versus Berto. And after Corn versus Berto, we're going to be giving away the 2 officer packs, which is very exciting. But for now, let's just get straight into the Corn versus And Yet It Moves, while I lose my ability to speak.
Welcome to casting, and one of the reasons that I always find it slightly nerve-wracking.
Well, I feel a little bit relaxed today because it's a community casual time. So I'm able to ramble, I'm able to muddle words, I'm able to just call lines and plays which make absolutely no sense, just terrible things for the players to be doing. And there's no consequences. There's no consequences whatsoever to my actions. And you might say, but don't you want to produce some high quality content? But that's the great thing about this chat. It's on Bear's channel. I don't have anything to lose.
I mean, it's fair. I did agree to this. This is, I have to say, this is not CornGuy continuing his tradition of getting the slowest hands he possibly can.
We see a pretty good start here for Throp, but throwing away a Terribiles. Yeah. How do you say it? I've always called it Terribles, but people seem to give it a little bit of flair.
It's Le Terrible. Excuse the terrible accent.
Why'd they put an S on the end then?
Because lay in French without the accent is les, depending on the gender of the. Don't get me started.
All right, French lessons.
With noun genders. Do not quote me for that. I am.
You heard it here. Official French speaker, Bear Gardener. Quote him.
I am very, very technically bilingual.
And Yet It Moves, though. Speeding through this match, 9 credit slots, a terrifying board state, and just pretty much everything you could possibly ask for. Corn trying to put down some defenses, but is it going to be enough? There's a massive bomber on board.
Yeah, and this is why that single elite is loved so much by prop players. can generate so many credits so quickly.
All your cards just become, oh, by the way, I'm also a war machine. I'm going to do everything else I did, but also I'm a war machine now.
Yeah, I once I get to like 10 credits, I've got a 6 damage blitz bomber with a war machine tagged on its tail. It's all right, Collar. I promise I won't go down the rabbit hole.
Bringing up Alice in Wonderland.
J King, you're not wrong. I have been corrected loudly in Quebec for my French.
Is Twitch chat's flaming you for your French? Well, you know what? You know what? At least he gave it a go. I didn't give it a go.
Hey! They're not going to have nearly as much to say about it as my family would. So it's fine. Oh
my god.
Now,
look at this board.
Yeah,
it's just
the big
stats.
boy.
There's just everything is scary.
Yeah. And
there's a Sherman. You got a regular Sherman from the Cyclone.
Sherman just randomly turned up as like, I'm just going to hang out with all the big boys. If you've ever wondered why we talk so much about 2nd Michigan being so important, you've just seen it. All of that ridiculous, crazy stat-based nonsense that just cost Cornguy so many units.
I mean, Corn's down to 10 HP and gonna go down presumably to 4 HP here. Depending on what's in Yet It Moves hand, could just be dead right now.
Yeah. Callie's fine. Victory mark. Ridiculous.
That's lethal. That's mega lethal, super lethal.
Yeah.
And Yet It Moves takes such a quick win here against Corn.
Yeah.
And here comes this.
Also hoving forth on the French methodology and the difference between French Canadian and French. Don't.
See, the good thing about a Ramble cast is you bring something up completely unrelated to the game, you pass it to Twitch chat, and then you can come back about an hour later and Twitch chat is still arguing about it.
Still going.
You just give it to them, you let them argue about it for a while.
Now, I have to say, Cornguy has got the 2-card combo in hand that everyone playing this deck always wants to see. And the one that so many people talk about endlessly in suggestions. See, he's got Fear, he's got Claim the Sky, and he's got Guard.
What more can you ask for? And Yet It Moves. Oh, Desert Dust is not going to be enough. Corn is going to claim these skies, and we could also see a 57th come down.
Yeah. Yep, and Claim the Skies could not give a fig for your pin.
You can swear on this stream.
Probably true, but I struggle. My manners always take over, but yeah.
Now, this boy, I think he's the 57th, this 3/5. At 3 credits, a 3/5 that allows your units to start fighting things the moment they come down is starting to look a little bit scary, especially in a matchup like this where a lot of Yet It Moves units have very low attack damage. Corn is very rarely going to be fighting stuff that he's not happy to fight.
Yeah, and honestly, I have found this card to be so important if you want to try and do anything with T-34s, ever. But that is a very good answer. However,
it is.
There's pots of heal going because nothing and Yet It Moves has got answers that fighter quickly, and Cornguy can drop a guard. And this is the thing.
Corn's saying, I don't mind if you draw an additional card because you're going to overdraw it. It's just, you know, and Yet It Moves gets 2 extra health, but then Corn hits Yet It Moves for 3, so you get 1 extra point of damage, and it's the same card advantage. Another Claim the Skies. The healing is going to get ridiculous.
Yeah, and much more importantly, I will draw everyone's attention
Yeah,
to hovering quietly on the
that's
left-hand side of the
0K.
screen with
We
a
know.
0 cost 99.
He's only a 9/9. He's only a 9/9. Hey, at least he doesn't have blitz. Gotta look on the bright side here.
Yeah, but it's just 0 cost 99. Why not?
Chuck it down. Do we feel like a fiat? No, we'll hold back the fiat.
There's no reason to risk it. The other thing is that at this point, Khorne really does not care about the Cheshires at all.
No, it's a little bit of damage, but I'm on 35 health. Monty coming out, but Khorne smart enough to split these units up. Oh, look, your 9/9 is meaningless.
Yep, and this is what we talked about with reasons that I am in and yet it moves his club with the love for 9 commandos. Is 9 commandos plus a point to ping. I don't care if your unit's 100, 100. Not that it can be 99, 99. I know there's a cap.
He knew about the sickle into sickle. Someone check his PC. That is no, I'm obviously kidding, but
yeah, but there is the moment when you're. No, when you're playing against it, you are seriously thinking that.
You're like, how did he know?
I have issues.
Now, Khorne on insane amount of life, only going to be gaining more, and yet it moves. Does have some heavy hitters in the deck, has the Blitz Doctrines, which can really output a ridiculous amount of damage, but still... Khorne's just got so much space.
There. Yeah, and he's got the Matchy in hand for finishing it out. He's got the Naval Brigade, which plus anything that he wants to sacrifice will basically answer anything on the board. Speaking of, now there is the now this is interesting.
But do you need it? It's a 6/6.
No, you really don't.
Let it be.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Khorne chooses to play this, because there really is no pressure on him at all to care. If it's me, I just rip 4 on face, heal up, and go, fine.
Yeah, congrats on the 6/6. It's not a big enough of a threat.
Yeah, and I don't mind if you remove the guards. They've drawn from me already. I just, I don't mind.
An 8 health swing when that attacks. 4 health away from and yet it moves. 4 health for a CornGuy.
And yet it moves must find an answer to that fiat and within the next 2 turns. Otherwise, this is basically over. There's not a lot you can do, and CornGuy is not eating the bait.
You know what you need? You need this number 9 commandos once again to come out, reduce this thing's HP down to 1.
Yep, and this is why And Yet It Moves runs it.
Yeah, he doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk with this card. He says it works for him, and then he makes it work, and then you watch his matches, and sure enough, he makes it work.
Jaking does make the fair point in chat that if you were worried about the commandos, you could have just removed the albacore. You would have still gotten some healing. But it is one piece of removal, and CornGuy does have another fiat in hand.
I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, if he kills my fear, I'm just going to play my Depths of Winter. I don't care that much.
Pretty much, yeah. And CornGuy's caught it now. CornGuy's just going to remove this albacore, and then it's completely academic. And yet it moves in one of the toughest positions you'll see. Again, exceptional player, but this is brutal.
However, there are still ways to win a game in such a big health difference. You know, you got 35 health from CornGuy, but with 2 Blitz Doctrines in deck, you can output this damage in, 3 or 4 turns. It can be really quite scary, especially if like a Panther comes out of one of these Blitz Doctrines and you don't have the answer, then it can just bring you down in a couple turns.
Synthetic rubber can do some work depending on what you can find too. Bletchley's less likely to be relevant in this for those wondering in chat. There's the Matilda again. Just hanging out. Now that random pin could be a lot more annoying in this situation.
It could be.
And yeah, J King is right. The one thing that Bletchley would brutalize is if Cornguy can't find front formation, Bletchley could turn this around completely, which I guarantee you is what And Yet It Moves is thinking his best win con is right now.
However, there's just also the fact that we're still a couple turns away from even the potential for this Bletchley Park.
Yeah.
It's very expensive, and Corn does have a good amount of pressure on board. So it's like you have to Bletchley Park and then not be dead to Matchy straight away after.
Yeah, one of the other big things here is he really, And Yet It Moves, needs to find another Glamour Boys or something to guard up and give him some protection. Possibly regretting a little bit the positioning of his Matilda here, because it can veteran out all it likes, but it's not well positioned, so he's going to sacrifice, which is smart. Gets the guard.
Oh, but the T-34 85.
Getting that with a 2 cost reduction.
It's scary. It's pretty scary.
That thing is good value at 10 credits to drop it and operate. Drop it down to 8, and it's very, very insane. But Matchy is
But Matchy doesn't clear. Oh no! Corn!
Cornguy, no!
You didn't read the cards! You gotta read! Oh! NA education letting us down.
Oh, that's brutal. Oh dear. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That is so unfortunate.
He's getting punished for it too, And Yet It Moves is like, all right, now we're getting closer to Bletchley territory, and I've not seen front formation. About 17 HQ defense left, and you just wasted your Matchy. And genuinely, I love Cornguy to pieces, but that was a massive waste of a Matchy.
It's just these blunders happen.
They do. Even the best players in the world will make mistakes.
I mean, like I said, it's a casual event. We got to go easy on them, but you know, it's still unfortunate. It's one of these things that the Matilda's very rarely played.
Yeah, and Corn's not going to believe it's us unless we actually give him a little bit of step for that. But that is not great, because that's active sonar.
Just doesn't quite have the space to go for this Bletchley, but can pretty much.
No, but that active sonar is not nothing.
No, but unfortunately for And Yet It Moves, everything is still castable for Cornguy.
Yeah.
When you're up against like Germany and you put that Leopold on 13 credits, that's when it feels really good.
Yeah, massively so. That said, And Yet It Moves is gonna dig. He knows he needs to find answers. Oh, Matchy's massive. Oh, Matchy's huge.
Putting on the pain.
Now this is basically miracle or game for And Yet It Moves.
Baker Street, gotta find that special force unit you're looking for. Yeah, Number 9 Commandos. He's looking for. Oh!
Oh, that'll do.
That will do.
That will buy you some time.
He can't finish the game. Oh, wait. It's not enough. It's not enough. You need to get rid of one of these fighters.
Yep, he's got to remove one of the Matchy. If he doesn't remove what...
It counts as a commando unit, so you are now finding an order as well on this second one.
Well, yeah. Yep.
Finds the glamour that protects the commando.
Oh, that was beautifully played. And he's got the pin.
Oh no! Corn no
Guy
longer
sat
better.
there
Just
going, wait, my game, damn you!
this matchy. I know
For
it.
those who aren't familiar, by the way, that 3-3 commando units text is units with 4 or more attack cannot attack.
Yeah, they're dead for now. So this matchy does have, it is operatable, but that's only because it can move to the front line. It can't do any attacks. Now Corn just gonna look for some outs. Finds a sickle.
What Corn would like to know is how far down the remaining 13 cards is my goddamn front formation.
Claim the skies here would be a massive find. Now you can take out that commandos with a bloody sickle plus naval, but it's a pretty feel sad use of it, and yet it moves has bought so much time.
Yeah. This is not a feels good. And yet it moves got heal off that, bought himself so much time off that. It still doesn't look good for him. But Corn Guy having to work for this. Does And Yet It Moves run a third Glamour Boys? Oh, hello.
Sexton coming out.
Now the sexy beast has landed. Oh, and the Schutzen. Oh. See, this is starting to get very tilting if you're Corn Guy, because it feels like And Yet It Moves is just finding every stall tool in his deck.
But the Depths of Winter, at some point I'm like, okay, I'm just rage casting Depths of Winter. Just get rid of this stuff.
There is a point at which you are legitimately on, fuck it, I'm just playing Depths of Winter. Just clear the damn board, enough.
I mean, enough of these units with text, they're all tokens now, they're all like infantry.
I'm bored of reading now. Because, yeah, there is a point. I mean, 40 HQ defense, though. Let's not underestimate how strong Corn Guy's position is.
Ultra is in the deck for And Yet It Moves, or in hand, but there is an Ultra available. And what you really don't want is front formation to hit this Ultra. You really need that to... I mean, you're still threatening the game through other means, but front formation is your backup. If things go wrong, my board gets wiped, I lose a bunch of resources, front formation is the backup plan. But if that gets hit by Ultra, you're very reliant on just traditional means of closing out a game.
Yeah, massively so. I mean, if I'm playing Soviet Control, front formation is my emotional support card.
Look at this.
I always want...
Talking of wiping the board... And Yet It Moves is just going to clear so much stuff here.
Masterfully done by And Yet It Moves. Clears the board down. Oh, that's quite good. Gets the order buff on a not often seen card. We do not see the paras very often.
Probably hoping to eat a T-34 deployment.
Corn Guy,
where's it going to go?
What Corn Guy wants to see, and he doesn't. He still can't find his front formation.
No.
However, he's in a very strong position.
But these all have less than 2 health, so...
Health, yep. There it goes. And Yet It Moves is just like, fine, I'll just clear it out, play a contest doctrine.
However...
If you can't kill me...
There's attractor factories. We can pop Yet It Moves down to 5 tractor factories. We've got a little bit of burn here with this attack. Is it attacking the colonies?
Yep, he does have attack in the colonies.
The potential for Ultra, though.
Factories. Yep, which you've got to be very aware of, and Yet It Moves is definitely going to show Ultra. There's front formation. But right now...
I think you've got to check for the Ultra. There it is. You know front formation is clear.
Yep, and you are fine with that. You do not mind losing attack in the colonies to that at all, because that is the...
There's the mouse, the big boy.
Not often picked, but when you see it, it's a mush.
Oh, wait a minute! Turning point! That's a turning
Turning
point! He's got
yeah.
lethal!
Lethal. Yep.
I just assumed it was a hold down, but that's... Cornguy!
Turning point. Yeah.
Sorry for the jump cut there. I didn't realise it would cut so hard to the next match. There's no time to breathe, but Corn finding the lethal there.
I love jaking in the chat being on. There's no way Corn loses this match, right? Right? For a moment, it looked like he might, and yet it moves, going off to try and get a buzz bomb into buzz bomb. Or just okay, we're gonna lob bombs at each other. Good start. Very civilized.
It's always a nice start. Yeah, just chuck a couple bombs at each other, cycle a couple cards. Cornguy, this is... Go on.
I do like the sound effect for buzz bomb.
Now, Cornguy is technically playing a control deck, because that was the title submitted was control, but playing it like an aggro deck here, and this is one of the nice things about this Germany-Japan sort of control mid-range deck, is historically you've been able to have very quick starts and apply a lot of early game pressure, and yet it moves, still taking the time to get a very early contest doctrine active.
Yeah, I mean, finding ways to be a little bit more aggressive with control can be very, very good. And I have to say, I've seen some people trying it with France as an ally. I've seen France tried for much the same reason. I like the Schutzen here, but I like the Zastora more.
Yeah, Zastora just gets you this body down on the board, which is very important.
And the maths on Zastora is so much better than almost any aircraft in its kind of effectively casting range or on curve class.
Now, Cornguy, he's going to be able to clear the guard and continue to apply pressure through it, because this Nashib is going to generate a lot of credits. We could just see a full doctrine researched here.
Yeah, I would consider it if I was Cornguy. I really would, because it's such good value. Oh, the flak. Now that flak is very attractive.
Yeah.
If you can get contest doctrine off, that 3.7, as much as everyone is like, oh, it's a terrible card, it's a lot less terrible with that buff on it.
It really becomes quite scary, actually, at that point. You know, you're getting a 2/3 out, and then you can often buff it up as well to get it doing like 3 or 4 damage the turn it comes down.
Yeah, I don't know how much you experienced at the time, but it was also a very popular include when people first started playing around with
look at this command failure.
That's gonna hurt. The flak comes down, demonstrating the point that we were making. And this is 4 damage to face, and Cornguy feels really good right now.
It is possible to wipe this board here if you're on Edit moves. We see the radar, which was pre-developed. You go for the wave after wave.
There's the wave.
I really like this. So people sometimes chuck radar out the moment they have it, but understanding when to hold back radar. You know, if you've got commandos in the deck, you might want to hold it back for additional commando pings. If you've got Crusader, you might want to hold it back for additional Crusader draw. And if you're running wave after wave, it can be such a powerful way of triggering this wave after wave super early on. Now, Cornguy...
It's very, very true. Also, whatever you do, don't be the idiot who plays Royal Research, then plays for the heal and the draw, then plays wave after wave, and is live on stream when he does it. Don't do that.
Well, I wonder who would do such a thing.
I can't imagine any bumbling old British idiot that would do that sort of thing at all. No, we're all clearly far too good for that kind of mistake.
Panzer 4, I mean, look at this, and yet it moves, getting a lot of value here out of this, doctrine.
Those are chunky boys, but this is going to be a chunky tank off. because both have an active Blitz Doctrine. There's just going to be a lot of... I mean, this is going to be what you wanted from a Blood and Iron Wrangle. This is going to be big tanks banging into each other.
And I mean, Cornguy just going face here, just trying to pressure as much damage as possible. Does have the Leopold.
There's no reason for him not to, because he's got probably one of... Well, he's in hand, he is holding two of the best... Well, technically three, but two copies of one of the best tempo cards in the game.
He's also probably less worried about this value trade from the Panzer IV, because he's thinking that it will just set up this this crossfire. But number 9 Commandos comes out once again, sets unit to 1, and then gives a commando on board for this Baker Street. Yeah. Number 9 Commandos plus Baker Street, really there it
is. That's what I was about to say. And you know what you're looking for is Devil's Brigade, because it just gives you everything in a box, and Yet It Moves does this so well.
However,
this is a good crossfire. It's not a perfect crossfire, but it'll do.
It will do. And now
that's a lot of value.
A little bit of trouble here for Khorne, though, because there's still a 6-3 on board, and there's not a great way of dealing with it. I mean, you're going to have to go for this glide bombing plus Panzer IV to get rid of it.
Yeah, the 4H and the glide bombing is a big part of what you've got to think about here.
It's so expensive. I know card advantage wise, it's fine. You're getting a redraw, but you are spending 9 credits for this removal piece. Leopold doesn't feel great because, and Yet It Moves can win that tennis match by bouncing your Leopold back again.
Jaking doing our work for us. Yes, Jaking is accurate. And Yet It Moves loses this. He does 0-2 and is mathematically eliminated from the contest. We should probably be doing stuff like that while we're commentating. But,
no, it's a wrangle. We're wranglers. We're just relaxing.
It's as if you were looking for top flight on point pros, you're wrong door.
I told each member of the tournament, after it's been streamed, you're welcome to make any content you want. So if Jakey wants to make highbrow commentary, which goes into depth about what was good and what was bad, he's free to do so.
Cornguy has got glide bombing into Schutzen here.
Oh, that is true. That could be really, really powerful. However,
is it what
so also you've got a 1-2 and there's a 6-1. Just hit it. Just go on. Just go for the
trade. But it does. You do sit there going, but it would feel so good. But it really is just better taking the trade, I think.
I want to see Leopold. I want to see the Leopold.
Oh, Kirst is probably right as Jaking laughs at our commentary about making content. He's like, he absolutely will do that, ... If he has time, probably.
Hey, so it's free promo for us. Free promo for us.
Yeah. Someone else wants to do the hard work.
Panzer H here. It won't prevent the card draw for Yet It Moves, because the unit needs to be attacked, not just have taken the damage.
The fight is not an attack. Endlessly the thing. Fighting, attacking, not great.
Ooh. Okay, if you don't take Alpine Festung, it goes to the bottom of your deck, which is when it's the most powerful.
Oh, yeah. He actually gets to set up almost the ideal thing here, because he gets that at the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, I doubt the match will go to Fatigue, but now if the match goes to Fatigue, Cornguy is almost guaranteed to win the Fatigue battle.
Yep, Alpenfestung into Fatigue. If you can get... So again, by the way, if you're watching this and looking for a cool tip, if you do run that selection card and see Alpenfestung...
Checks for the Ultra!
Yeah. That is almost always the best play, is to put Alpenfestung at the bottom unless you need it now.
Yeah, there are 2 ways you're using it normally. You're playing against like Jagro, and it's like, it doesn't matter how many cards are in my deck, I just need to survive and then I'll win the game. Or you're like, I'll have it later on, and it's just gonna be a I win Fatigue card.
Yep. It's just we go to the end game and I've won. Now this buzz bomb is just look. Oh, okay, so Panzer Grenadier's not nothing here.
No, it's not. It's really not nothing at all.
Again, that card, again, as the meta has slowed, we have seen Panzer Grenadier, even with the various changes and nerfs, coming back into the place where people are seeing the value in it again. Because as the meta slows down, anything that generates advantage like that is huge. Now, this crossfire, I don't know if I like this.
I mean, I think Corn's just looking at it and saying, I don't think I'm getting a better crossfire. I may as well take advantage of it while I can.
It is true. It does also handily put it handily gives him some decent trades next turn to try and take advantage of that Panzer Grenadier, which is also important because he can get rid of the guard and trade out the ping damage. However, now he can't because once again... Oh no, it's the Fury. It's a different commando. Ignore me. However, Monty is...
Is that second Monty?
Annoying. Yep, that was a second Monty.
I'm not losing my mind. I was like, I swear we've seen two Montys this match. We see...
No, you've not gone mad.
The power of adding a random getting to develop a random British order is Monty is a random British order.
British order. Baker Street can get you a second Monty.
Now,
oh, I don't know.
Corn in a difficult position.
I don't know that I wouldn't have preferred to see him play Kurumi.
Maybe, but scared of this this commando, I expect, because it can just eat through your board.
It's true. It can just. He has got the credits as well, which is well played. But yeah, it just means he loses out on being able to play the Blitz Doctrine. But to be honest, he's not in any great rush. But this is the point at which that garrison. That's Garrison, right? Not Cheshire. But it needs resolving.
No, that's Cheshire. Right?
That's Cheshire, which needs resolving even more. But you need to do something with second Blitz Doctrine for Andietic moves. Massive.
35T coming down as a 3/3.
Right, yep.
Sets up a massive crossfire.
Massive crossfire. Yeah, I was going to say.
He's got to have it. If he's setting this up, there it is. Yeah. And he times it with the end turn. He gets the value from developing the Blitz Doctrine, clears Corn's board, and you've got to be pretty much defeated at this point if you're Corn.
Yeah, I mean, that is legitimately the best turn that Andietic moves could possibly have played. That was played
the
perfectly.
Zog! Panzer flushes. Yeah, I mean, it buys a bit of time. You're dead without it, because you're taking 2 damage.
Yeah, he had no choice. I was going to say...
Well, the only other choice is to Whirlwind out there and get rid of this this Cheshire, but that feels really bad. And yet it moves. It's going to have lethal anyway. Look at this.
It's going to pop the Panzer. Just little flex, because you're allowed a little one. It's a casual event.
Yeah, we'll allow it.
Yeah, we'll give you that one. Again, so very well played.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that was the end of the best of 3, right? That was 2-1 to Corn. 2-1 to Yet It Moves, sorry.
Yep, and Yet It Moves goes to 2-1.
Yeah, so now, currently, every player has a crown. So these last 2 matches, the winner of And Yet It Moves versus Joy King will proceed to the finals. And the winner of CornGuy versus Berto Burrito will progress to the finals. The finals will be next week on the Sunday on Bear Gardener's channel.
It will be here.
Yeah. I think we're still figuring out if you're going to be there. You are welcome to be there, but I believe we're still figuring out the details. So it will be next Sunday on this channel. The time on the exact time on the Sunday is undecided, but we'll figure out all these details. We'll get them posted as soon as possible. But for now, everyone's favorite, got a giveaway to do. Get some wrangles going in the chat.
Yeah, get wrangling while I thank J King for quite happily updating us with where the games have gone. And yeah, we could technically just delete the top 2 lines and have a semi-final at this point. Get yourselves in. I'm going to click the giveaway any minute now. Karen Ram in there. And gets Karen Ram sniping in there. I will send that code over to you, and one more to give away after I've sent this one. Turning out to be as much fun as I expected it to be.
Didn't realise you were having that bad of a time. Okay, quickly, I'm going to show chat once again.
Yep.
If I go to this... I really got to name these things better, because I'm having a hard time navigating my own things, which I set up this morning. Right, you go Settings, Redeem Code, put in the code here. If you are on Apple iOS, this redeem code button will not be here. What you need to do is you need to try and find another way of logging into Kards. So on a computer, or I believe on an Android, it will be there. And the redeem code button will appear. You can redeem it there. If you try that and there's absolutely no way you can access anything but an iOS system, you cannot access anything but an Apple system, message myself or message Bear Gardener, preferably on Discord, and explain the situation, and we will pass this on to 9039 in the hopes that they can manually redeem the code for you. No promises, but I mean, I promise we'll pass it on. No promises that it will be able to be fulfilled, but that is how you should be redeeming these.
Yeah, they have done it for me before, but it is a bit of work. Von Malkowski, I have not seen you win a giveaway for a while. Love to see it. And I will shoot that to you in a moment. I'm seeing lots and lots of people who are regulars in the chat, which is always good. Right. So, that one is getting sent away, and then we'll be ready for the next match, which is always exciting.
I do very quickly, before we carry on, for anyone that's joined us since then, quick reminder of the format. Players are bringing 3 decks from different major nations. I just realised something, Bear. I just realised something very important to the event, which I completely forgot. There is a ban. These best of 3s, there has been a ban. Now,
and we have completely and utterly failed to acknowledge the ban.
I have only just realised that when re-looking at the format, I was thinking, wait a minute.
Oh, God,
I think these players had a ban. Okay, so noted. We're going to carry on. We'll edit this bit out of the VOD on YouTube so that the viewers don't notice. We'll oops.
Oh,
okay. Each player brings 3 decks from different major nations, and each of those 3 decks must contain at least 18 Blood and Iron cards. And then there's a single round of round robin, and the top 2 players from that go to the finals. Start over. Yeah. All right. Get the players back in here. Start over. So I did say I'm quickly going to switch to cams. Just a warning for Bear. I did say at the start of today, this is a test run to test out the format, because I want to do this with the summer expansion much closer to the release of it, and where the players don't have as much time for a settled meta. That is one of the things we have learnt in this test run, is know the format for the tournament you are hosting. When you host a tournament and organize a tournament, make sure to remember the format which you have created. That is a little bit.
really important piece of advice. When you do agree to be involved in something like this, remember that when you're not the one who did organize it and create the format, when it all goes like this, you can just point that way.
No,
and go, I can just load up the Shaggy defense. It really wasn't me.
Well, look, at least the players knew. That's the main thing. The players were aware of this.
The bans, for anyone joining later who didn't catch us at the beginning, the bans did happen. All of these matches were pre-recorded. There was no way that we logistically were going to be able to pull this off. With full like observer client and all of that while trying to host from two different. It just wasn't going to happen. We're going to try that for the final. But right now, all of these games were pre-recorded and played to the rules. The players are in chat, several of them. They can confirm that this is the case. We are just a collective pile of British idiots who completely and utterly forgot to A, announce the fact that there was a ban, and then B, tell you what it was.
So, Ahmed the Wise asks, how can you have a ban for a best of 3 with 3 decks? The way it works, I have 3 decks. Oh god, my skin color is the same as the wall behind me. I've got 3 decks. One of them gets banned. I'm left with 2 decks. I have to win on both these 2 decks, and that is how I win a best of 3 with 3 decks, 1 ban. So you bring 3 decks, your opponent bans 1, you've got 2 decks left over, and those are your 2 decks you have to win on.
Yep.
I also want to note quickly before we get onto the last 2 matches, any feedback, ideas, anything at all people have, they can message me on Discord. They can message me on Twitch. They can message me on anywhere. If they find my email somewhere, they can email me. Any form that people want to send me feedback or ideas, I welcome all of it. I can't promise that every idea will be followed through on, but every idea will be heard out and will be thought about. So people are more than welcome to let me know about their ideas. But enough about my failings as a professional tournament organizer. Let's get on to, and yet it moves into J King. The winner of this will advance into next week's finals. So let's pull this up.
Yeah, once again, this is effectively now a semi-final. The winner of the next 2 matches is in the final.
Ahmed says he knew how it works. He was just making sure that I understood how it works.
I mean, in fairness, Ahmed, I don't blame you for checking. That is a truly, truly terrible hand, and J King continues his record-breaking streak of awful mulligans in this tournament.
And yeah, we see the Japan mirror. Earlier we got a hand like this and we're saying, it's fine so long as you're not up against Japan. Bad news, you're up against Japan.
Go, oh God, please tell me my opponent has a similarly awful hand.
Now, that is a... no!
Oh no!
Let's see, and yet it says he have the 35T to follow up.
That would really be the salt in the wound, wouldn't it? 35T comes to... Oh, no, it's worse than that.
Everyone...
He's got Glitch Doctrine, Jim.
Is it worse? At least he's slow. At least he's being slow. At least Jaken's got a little bit of time to fire. As a unit!
Oh, please note, for someone who, like myself, endlessly reminds people not always to play quickly, sometimes you play so quickly the card doesn't even get into your hand.
This is one of the skills from playing self-credit denial and playing Reichsbank Commandos is playing cards before they're there. Just...
Yeah. I do not have time to draw this card, I just want it on the board.
See, I'm such an impatient person that when my opponent plays like a high altitude bombing, I don't wait for the animation because the history tab updates instantly. I pull up the history tab to see what's happened. Now, J King, with the unit on board, now able to apply some pressure, the hand here for J King is looking so much better than it was a moment ago. And yet it moves.
And then
is able to hit back.
Now, this is something that people may wonder about, why you would, like, effectively waste your Aunt Frida on your signals. Thing is, all you really want from the Aunt Frida in this deck is the buff for the tank and the aircraft. The infantry buff is really not that valuable.
The infantry buff is like a little bit of extra face damage or maybe a value trade, but those weren't happening. So just develop it into the tank buff. J-King puts a 5/5 in the front line. Oh! The Flampanzer found from the Blitz Doctrine.
Into expansion, and if you're J-King right now, what you're thinking is, right, fine.
Take liberty, gonna reset the game at least, but oh, you've got to be so salty if you're J-King here. I would be fuming. It's an open deck list. Oh, there's nothing that can deal with my 5/5. No, wait, they found the Flampanzer.
Yeah, out of Blitz Doctrine, and yeah, J-King saying in chat he's getting flashbacks. I can imagine. Oh, the suppression as well. Oh dear. Oh, it's just that kind of a day.
Does find the Sissio Sasto, which is a strong card, especially now that the suppression has been used. Has a lot of shock in hand. Is not completely out of this. Does have some value as well with his infantry 36. So it's not like J-King is lost. It's not like the match is over. But, buddy, you're going to be mad.
Yeah, and this is where you have to have the temperament. And I've said this so many times before when talking about competitive play. You've got to have the temperament to stay calm, because you can so easily get tilted out at this point.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're on the back foot, you've got to be looking for these outs. You've got to be playing to your best statistics of winning. And, yeah,
because otherwise you might as well just scoop the moment you get frustrated. I don't mean that for secret.
Another take liberty.
Now,
could be huge here.
Well, considering you've got a 0 op cost effectively board, there's a lot you can do to make And Yet It Moves have a very, very bad day right now.
You do feel bad shuffling away this infantry 36, but it's got to be worth it.
I mean, you say that. Why are we shuffling away the infantry regiment 36, Bubbles? We have the credits to just draw
look at
something.
this.
Get
So greedy, though. So greedy. Oh wow! Fine.
This is how you win. This is how you win tournaments.
Full greed. You gotta commit to it. Now, J-King's hand looking really quite good here. And Yet It Moves is now got to be salty as well for this double hand shuffle away. Both our players got to be getting a little bit frustrated.
In particular, if you didn't notice the little thing, and chat might not have, there were a couple of cards that And Yet It Moves was clicking in his hand, and that's usually suggestive.
I'd like to point something out to Twitch chat here. J-King made a mistake. He made a mistake. He played Take Liberty with no credits left to play anything out of the Take Liberty, and then he killed the Nate, adding the 1-drop to the And Yet It Moves hand.
He did.
You know what? I don't think we can invite him back. I think next time we got to get a different. I don't think he's invited back next time.
I mean, we do have to say there is a degree to which that some Canadians do have to be held to a higher standard, and I think that is a little disappointing.
just for the record, we're just joshing about. We're just messing with him.
I was going to say.
We're not quite this mean.
Yeah, we are just taking the piss, but yeah, it's like that really was technically a mistake. I do like Kirst's thing though, which is as punishment we should make him run stats for the next.
Oh, get him to be the weatherman. Get Hayes stats up, and we can go to weatherman J-King.
Well, it's like you do in cricket when you got the one who you don't want playing. It's like you can run the scoreboard.
Yeah, water boy. It's gonna be the new. official water boy for the wrangle.
Oh, that Anne's strong though. J King,
Yeah.
in fairness, has played himself
But
back.
you know what? And
into
yet
a
it moves has
ludicrous-
in this deck. He's got a one-off of the. He's got a one-off of the crossfire. A crossfire here would be huge.
Crossfire here would be absolutely salt-inducingly.
I want to. I want to see it. I want to. No!
Oh god!
Oh, no!
You summoned it into being.
I wanted to see the idea. Oh. Bias casters.
All right.
I'm calling it bias
yeah,
casters.
Yeah, I am saying it. J King right now mining salt.
Dude.
That was brutal.
Oh, the one-off. We said it was good in the mirror. Here it is.
I do love the reactions in chat to that. Yes, Karen Ram, that was very, very good television. Oh my god, that had to hurt. J King is now like, oh, this is getting silly. That Sturmy, oh, the temptation. The temptation is strong, I know it is, but hold back. He removes that Sturmy after you've buffed it, you're going to be very annoyed.
See, it's crazy to me that the amount of back and forth, the amount of swings and roundabouts that have been in this Jagro mirror.
Yeah.
Defeat in detail. Uh-oh.
Oh, need answer quickly. Snapfire, absolutely, but
hold on, there's some good answers here. Yeah. You've got the shock on the Sturmy, you've got the duty bounce. J King, yeah.
J King can absolutely brutalize, and yet it moves with a good turn here. Because he can clear out so much threat.
And look, you're going to remove the attack bonus on this Yokosuka. The value trades, J King coming back from this to stand his ground.
And he can pop another, and he's like, all right.
There's a 10-10 in the front line.
In the front line. Fine, have a 10-10.
Oh, God. This man just refuses to give up. And yet it means can clear the 10-10, but it's going to be... He's got the credits, surely, even with the tax. It's his whole turn to do so.
It's his turn, it's his whole board, and J King top deck's one of the best value cards in the game. Both players empty-handed.
This has been the most slogfest of slogfests I've seen. It's just players just throwing things at each other and hoping something sticks.
This is the corridor moment in the the subway moment in the Matrix where Neo charges the agent and they spin around emptying their clips and end up just landing staring at each other.
Okay, both players have reached 12 credits naturally in a Jagro mirror.
Yeah. Well, note, 12 credits naturally. Both players have 8 HQ defense. This has gone backwards and forwards.
Now when it moves, buys a little bit of time here.
That draw is huge for J King, though.
I was surprised. I was surprised, and yet it moved. Didn't go for the double attack onto the 3/4. I did expect that to be removed, but now J King.
But I mean, your heart rate, if you are the two players in this right now, though, trying to stay calm when you are at this point, like literally empty clips standing off against each other.
Finds the Frida. It's able to then produce the value trade. There's a Desperate Measures!
No. Desperate Measures top deck. That is bordering on game, and yet it moves, is sat, and now and yet it moves is mining salt for the top deck.
Oh my god, what a match! That is the match of the tournament. I don't care what happens in these upcoming ones. That has to be...
No, it would have to, something would have to go insane to go past that. That was ludicrous.
And now, oh, I'm shaking. I'm not even one of the players.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm in the same place. I'm here. I am literally, I can feel my own heart rate. Because you watch that, and that's the juice for this. It's just insane.
Now, J King bringing his Soviets, because of course that must mean the Sherman deck was banned.
Oh yeah, there is that. We know what the ban is now.
Yeah.
Now this is a hard hand to mulligan, because you really kind of want to hold on to that dagger strikes, and I know why, but at the same time you really wanted to mulligan it for something a bit more useful early. Again, J King, I don't know what you did to your computer that it hated you so on the day.
So slow.
But it really doesn't want you to go fast.
Maybe he punched a leprechaun or annoyed the local witch or something. Got a little curse placed on him.
Yeah.
Someone,
whatever it was. Yeah.
Someone in
Lord.
chat pointed out that by the end of that match, every card J King was playing, he wasn't waiting for it to reach his hand anymore.
No.
He was just grabbing it out of the air.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, front formation, relatively dead, but the rest of J King's hand, while very slow, they are at least useful cards in this matchup. The 49s offer good healing, and the T34, at least there's now one of them, and we're not seeing a ridiculous amount of them available for J King.
It does also have to be said that the placebo are definitely offering something J King's going to need, because he's going to need the healing. Because
yeah, these 49s, they're going to have to pull their weight for healing.
And yet it moves deck is not going slowly.
Oh, but look at this.
Oh, now here's the thing.
Do you risk it, though? A desperate measures blows you out of the water.
Yeah. I don't think you can. You have to take the heal, surely.
Oh, he's risking it. He's risking it.
Well, risk it for a biscuit.
Here we go.
This is high risk, high reward given form.
And yet it moves. We wait for your action. Oh, I saw 2K. My heart dropped.
Yeah. To those who were just trying the current deck on Wrangle on thing, I will put the actual decks up. The current deck is whatever I was last playing on stream, because I'm far too lazy to keep up with it. But that is the link to the Google Drive with all of the decks. Well, once again, this is looking to be another very tense match, just in a very different way.
Yeah, it's all about, and yet it moves trying to get as much damage out of their cards as possible, but also at a quick enough rate that J King doesn't find additional defenses, while J King trying to just squeeze out every point of healing possible, trying to stop every point of damage possible, because he has an inevitability in the late game where he just has so much more value in every card, but even then, and yet it moves does have these contest doctrines, so this value advantage for J King is going to take a while to kick in.
Yeah, it is an interesting world in which Corson's not nothing. It's an interesting world in which Jagro is as I have said many times, Japan aggro decks are starting to get a little bit of a middle-aged spread on.
However, this is one of the things when you are in a more limited and restricted format, such as what our players are playing in today, you can expect most decks to be moving slower, or at least be less refined, so they're less likely to beat you down within a couple turns. So you've got a little bit more space to add some more value to your decks in things like these blitz doctrines.
Now, we've mentioned it a couple of times today, and I'm going to mention it again. J King, with the loose credit, choosing not to push anything up, and it is to deny value for the 77th. One of the things that card does is force you to have to play much more slowly.
This crossfire for and yet it moves has worked so beautifully in this Jagro deck.
Yeah.
It's, you
And
know,
the net result is that the 77th did exactly what And Yet It Moves wanted it to do. It bought him exactly enough time to get a clear down, and now the 77th is a clear threat and covered by a guard, which is precisely, by the way, what you don't want it to be. So J King now going to need to find healing, which he is. He's going to need to start clearing stuff out. Now, And Yet It Moves got quite a few options here. So it's going to be interesting to see what line he chooses to take.
may just
could
go
get
for
very
big
aggressive.
damage.
Yeah, he could just get super. Oh, well, he is now.
That is a lot of damage, but also a lot of stats available on the board. J King does have this Depths of Winter.
Yeah. Depths of Winter could be huge, but J King kind of doesn't want to use it now because he's probably going to need it later. And that's the thing. But at the same time,
No, just goes for it. Gets rid of one of the light infantry. Now, you had a decision there, if you were J King. Do you get rid of one of the light infantry, or do you trigger the destruction effect from your T-34 by hitting it into that big tank? And we see J King prioritizing the damage control over the increase in value.
Yeah, which is very, very understandable given the circumstances.
But this Corson could very easily change the tune of this match. You get a Corson down that buys you a bit of time. You then get this 49th and this SU-85 going, and you can start healing a bunch of health. It does also make front formation not such a scary card to play against the burn here from And Yet It Moves, because you're scared if you play front formation and the board gets clocked and then And Yet It Moves finds like an An, you could potentially just die. But with the SU-85, at least you get a little bit of healing back.
Yeah, I think And Yet It Moves is trying to put big bodies on the board to slow J King's roll when it comes to his ability to heal, which is important. Now, depending on how you want to play this turn, you might, so J King just putting that Corson back. He's planning out his turn because he wants to play the Corson for the best value he can, for the lowest cost that he can pay for it.
I don't think we're getting a lower cost reduction than this. It's going to involve having units in the front line if we want to get a bigger cost reduction.
Yeah. Again, I don't necessarily think he will do, but I think it's worth noting that this is good practice. All of this mouse moving is J King mapping his turn.
Those are fake ghost movements, we will call them, where it's like, I do this, and then that, and then I do this.
And then, so he's got this. He puts the placebo. Is that the placebo? It is. It's no, it's not. It's the other one. It's the infantry. I keep calling it the placebo.
I just thought it was a nickname you had for it. I didn't want to correct you. I didn't want to be like, that's not its name. I thought maybe this was like a.
No, I was just using. No, the placebo is actually in the game. I swear to God, it is. I just can't remember what it does.
That's the 4K44 where it has the healing on attack.
Oh God, yes, it is. It's the one where there we go.
But I thought maybe this was like a nickname for the card. Maybe it was like a bear guard on a Twitch meme. And I thought if I went, that's not placebo, then I might get like shamed by Twitch chat. It just didn't seem like it was worth the risk. So I just thought we'd accept it being.
I'm not taking the risk, but in this case, no, I am just an idiot. I mean, to be fair, I'm always just an idiot. Now, air support is so brutal when you see it go on an on curve, or at least on value drag. It's way late, but that Dragon Slayer with air support is really scary.
It really is. A 9/7 is just such a ridiculous stat line. I mean, you can now take it out, do 5 damage with the strategic focus, hit it with the not placebo.
Yeah. With the infantry regiment that I named wrongly.
Yeah, the 49. Now, J King.
All right, the Italians in chat can back me up with the pronunciation of placebo, but yes.
I find cards always devolves into one of a few things: food talk is a very common topic for cards to devolve into.
True.
And pronunciation is another common one for it to end up at. We see J-King just prioritizing getting stats into the front line, but now the command failure, 9 damage to the base.
He's got to answer that fighter.
I mean, it's just so much damage.
He's got the credits. He could put the SU-85s down. Yeah, and answer the fighter and get the double heal off, I think. Which he kind of might have to do here.
Oh, but there's the Anne.
So he really might have to now, because otherwise he's just cooked. However, Strat Focus does take the Anne and let you take out the fighter.
It clears them, but it doesn't let you do much else on the board.
Yeah, that was my thing about whether the heal is the
35T is lethal, right? Just 35T from the top would kill J-King on the spot.
Yeah, live Blitz Doctrine, so if he top decks any Blitz tank...
Oh, Nate, little bit too slow, and not killing the tank for J-King means that now they're healing,
Now we're going to see the big heel turn. He's absolutely going to take every point he can milk out of these.
I mean, that just seemed to take victory away from him, yet it moves. And there you go. J-King takes a 2-0 win, and that puts J-King into the finals. Thank God no one spoiled that very early on in the event, because that would have been...
Absolutely. Out of nowhere, J-King into the final in no way, shape, or form. If you rewind a bit, would you know that in advance? Definitely not, because we pros.
Here's the question, right? Do we take the time to edit the VOD and edit that out? And then here's the second question. If we do edit that out, do we take the time to then edit this out?
Is that even a question? This is so much better comedy value. As is so much better comedy value.
So J-King advances to the finals. And then J-King is going to be playing either OHxCornguy or Berto Burrito. But before we move on, I do want to thank And Yet It Moves for playing in this. I mean, I thank all our players, but I'm thanking And Yet It Moves now because they've not advanced. They were a great competitor, you know, they were super on the ball with everything. They were super, I don't know, just responsive and able to sort out everything. So yeah, thank you to And Yet It Moves for joining the event. It means a lot to us to have players here willing to volunteer their free time. So thank you very much. However, before we move on to Korn versus Berto to see who J-King's foe will be, bit of a giveaway going on. There's a bit of a giveaway. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but
the first thing I'm going to do is correct you that we need Santa, not the bike.
Oh my. Okay. There's another learning lesson here. Which is that I gotta name these better. Well, okay, you want to know the worst thing? I've got one called rating screen and one called giveaway screen. So I did name them properly.
I was going to say, I'm not. I think you've just walked yourself out of your getaway there. You could have just pretended you'd given them numbers or something and forgotten.
Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to switch to scene 5. Okay, put exclamation point Wrangle in Twitch chat. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this is our last giveaway for regular packs.
That's correct. So this is 2 more regular packs, and then at the end of this, once we know who's gone through to the finals, there are 2 officer packs also to give away.
Yeah, so 2 viewers will win a Blood and Iron pack each, and then after this, 2 viewers will win a Blood and Iron officer pack. And yeah, it will be hopefully some good cards, hopefully some elites. That's what we always hope for.
You got a 1 in 21 chance right now. And Von Malkowski nails another one, our second double winner of the day. Which is always cool.
I wonder if next time we should have single winners only.
I might have to look at that. Yeah, I might have to have a look at my bot commands just to see if we could do that.
We're not changing anything for this one. We're sticking out as we go.
But this is definitely what you would call a proper testing process for all involved here. There's been... I do want to take some time to credit Bubbles with the amount of effort that goes into putting all of this stuff together in the background. This sort of thing is not easy to organise.
You'd be surprised at how efficient I could make it by just being lazy. It would really...
I mean, excellent way to walk yourself out of the props, but, you know, fair news. Meanwhile, with one more entry for the 1 in 22, Ahmed, congratulations, you have won a pack. I will make sure that it will be with you momentarily.
I have to say, the most enjoyable part of preparing was making these posters. We got the posters for the waiting screen, and then we got the Santa Claus poster, of course. I've got like a big folder of historical posters, and I've just been going through and being like, oh, I could edit something with that. That looks fun.
Santa Goes to War is quality.
I think there was a couple other Santa ones in there. It seemed to come up a few times, actually.
I think part of it was to do with the rollover joke from the First World War and back before Christmas. But yeah, I do recall a number of Santa art things out there. I've got to say, we are making excellent time. I am very excited to get this match done. We're doing coming up 9 o'clock. All good for me.
All right, let's get into it. So, quick look at the bracket. Korn versus Berto. Winner will get to the finals. And they'll play against J King next week. And let's... Hold on, I actually have to pull up the match. We're still on J King versus, and yet it moves.
As good as that match was, we can all watch it back on YouTube later once we get that uploaded. For those watching who have asked, I will get this up on my YouTube. Give us a bit of time, because obviously Bubbles has to get this down, then he has to get it over to me, then I've got to get it sort of set and rendered and uploaded. But we will get this and the final will both go up for posterity on my YouTube channel, because...
That's assuming the recording worked. There's also the possibility that we finish, I check the recording, I'm like, buddy, I got some bad news. So it will probably...
Well, the advantage of that is that if my settings are still the way that I set them up and they haven't been monkeyed with, I can just download it from my Twitch channel.
The other thing is, if there is no way of saving the VOD, all evidence of us promising to save the VOD is gone.
Gone. Yeah, it is true.
So here we are. Korn versus Berto. Let's get it underway. Now we see US versus US. I believe this is the Throp mirror.
Yep, this is Throp on Throp. Which is going to be interesting. Because this match can be either very quick, the mirror rather, can be either very quick or an utter slog.
And now we see Korn having a unit, but War Machine is really powerful here.
Any advantage you can get in credit on Throp, especially in the mirror.
He matches it!
Yeah, Berto's on it. Oh, Berto,
wait a minute, buddy, you know what I got?
And I've got the elite. I'm going to have all the credits. Now, wait for it. We're going to see War Machine followed by the engineers.
But there is the firebomb. Get rid of the engineers.
Yes. Slow your roll, Chief. But then it's like, no, it's all right. I've got this. This generates me credit value too. Oh, Jasko's interesting. Not amazing in the Throp mirror, I'm not going to lie. It's all right, but it's not your favorite card.
I mean, it's a unit with more than 3 operation costs. That's kind of his main purpose. He's a trigger. He can be a draw card. He can be a ramp card. He can be.
Oh, that's the
Oh,
engineers into Maricane. Okay. Oh, now this is awkward.
I want to point out, we saw before, Cornguy runs Bolster, right?
Yep.
Cornguy also runs Pontoon Bridge, but we can see Direct here is something Berto is running, which could be a really powerful card in this matchup. Strat Bombing, a very powerful card in this situation. Going to make this just a 7k float here from Berto.
Yeah. This is really, really rough. Free French, which is, I mean, it is a card that you're really seeing here because other options are not as ideal as you'd like. And Free French it's an interesting card in Throp. I'm still in the process of figuring out whether I like it or not. A Bomber Mafia, that's an interesting card. Berto just taking another knee.
Yeah, there's no rush.
And this is something you will see Throp do occasionally, is just hard pass.
I mean, Bomber Mafia, you can definitely wait for there to be more targets on board. But not just that, you can also wait to have a better idea of what card you want to be looking for.
Yep. Mafia's
it wasn't
really
even
good
active
now.
last turn. You need 9 credits to do it now to get those.
Yeah, he needs the 9. He had to wait the turn.
It
Now,
used to
this
be
is not...
8, no? Or have I just lost my mind?
God, don't ask me. It's been nerfed
Well,
at
Jay,
least once.
I can ask the Void with the knowledge that Jakin will answer.
Yeah. Yeah, J King, that's pretty much my shout on it, as I think the Free French is really in here because it accounts for Blood and Iron. But yeah, yes, it did used to be 8. Chat has us. Thank you, Karen Ram.
Yeah. Now, I think a possible requirement for the future will be saying to the players, look, if your opponent is using the Washington board or you're using the Washington board, just turn the lamp on. Just press that little thing and turn the lamp on. Because
there is that too, but
it's been bothering me the whole time here that Berto hasn't turned the lamp on.
I mean, it's fair. I mean, if you're gonna have the now.
These direct hits are now active, though.
Yep, and you're gonna need them because this is not good.
God, look at that. 52 HP is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, I expect we'll see...
where we start. Yeah, we're going to see the shot.
Yeah.
Takes out the heal.
You've got a direct hit this draw engine, right? Get rid of the draw engine. You can save the other one for a bolstered unit.
Yeah, but you've got to kill it.
And I mean, this is just the matchup of big Americans battling it out.
Yeah. I mean, this is this huge flashbang matchup, which is always interesting. I do have to say, by the way, if you're ever doing this, I mean, if it comes to the Washington board, for those of us who occasionally play on our mobile phones, just don't use the board, because this board is awful on mobile phones, because that lamp is just overlapping everything.
Oh, you try to do things and the lamp is being pressed.
Yeah, it's genuinely horrendous. That and the Japan guns barrel.
I think
really
this is Karma still in the chat? Karma, pass this on.
I think Karma's already been told this by me, to be fair, but yeah.
We tell him every week. You get your weekly, Dear Karma.
A weekly dose of bear in my DMs with yet more mobile issues. Yeah, I think it's already in there, Karma, but I'll check, and if it isn't, I'll send it in. But yeah, it's more a formatting thing. It's just the screen resolution doesn't... You need to clip the item down in size.
B17, a great find, and it's gonna hit the Cyclone.
Now that War Machine's not nothing now
production
either.
order.
Because...
Production order could be quite nice here. 6 attack bombers are very good at dealing with 5 health bombers.
Yep, it will answer it, but you've also got to be very cautious. And Berto knows this deck, this style of deck, better than almost anyone. He is a huge Throp player, and I know he very much enjoys it. And I will say from painful experience, Throp is a hard deck to play well.
I can't make it work for me. Every time I play Throp, I lose. I have a real issue closing out games with this deck. And I mean, I've started getting this sneaking suspicion that we might not see fatigue damage be the end decider, but I think we are going to reach the point where which player runs out of cards. So it might not be fatigue damage is what's killing you, but it'll be you've run out of cards and I've still got a couple cards left, so I'm going to win because I'm just going to beat you down. And now we see Phony War.
This is a thing that Berto does really, really well with Phony War, is time it perfectly. I think he still runs 1 copy in his deck rather than 2. I could be wrong. But he knows how to time it well, and that makes a huge difference. He may
have just drawn lethal for CornGuy here. He just gave Corn a massive hand, and he's on 11 health. Yeah. He might have just given Corn lethal. There's the production order. That's...
It is the risk. The risk is that CornGuy drops this, bolsters it, and just says, all right, cheers. But I don't think Berto had a better play.
I mean, there's the Manhattan, even without the bolster, right? It's just...
Yeah. Project's enough. Yep. That was taken well.
And now players are going to make me wish I'd cut this in-between time by waiting a lot longer than I thought they did.
That's all right. We can vamp. But yeah, it's always interesting. Like a Throp mirror is, as I say, will often come down to just the finest of margins on the way that you do it. And
I'd like to quickly point out, while we're on Berto's deck screen, he's got a Japan-France deck called No Fun Allowed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can tell you what that deck is, too.
I think I can imagine. Yeah, I think I can imagine.
I'm pretty certain I know what that deck's going to do. I have a deck that has a Japanese name for something similar.
Quick hand here for Berto. Going first, War Machines, Draw Engine, Blitz Bomber, CornGuy.
I mean, honestly, if I'm Berto, I keep this, I turn 1 into a B24D, and I just go.
CornGuy could have some gas, though. This German-Japan control deck, good at all stages in the match, really. It's got some aggression tools, it's got some mid-range tools, and it does have some fantastic late-game tools. And other than your B24s, Leopold is back-breaking for Throp. Like, the B24s are really the only thing which Korn doesn't want to be sending back to Berto's hand.
I mean, it's true, but also, have you seen Berto's credit curve?
Yeah, Berto is going to be on so many credits so quickly, and he's going to have a Michigan to follow it up, so...
Yeah, he's going to be able to let a replay into Michigan for draw and then just go like crazy, and that's going to be a lot.
I don't think you go for the terror... I just can't say it. There's just something about it. Maybe it's my
terrible.
Maybe it's my English roots. They see a French word and they just nah, this isn't right. But I don't think he wants to go for the.
No, it's true.
I don't think he wants to go for the draw. Yeah, because he wants to go for the attack and get that value trade.
Yeah, he's got the value trade, and more importantly, he is bringing that B24D into ludicrously good position to be a very powerful early game tool. Because if you do not find an answer to that 24D, it will rip your HQ down so fast. Corn Guy definitely wants to take advantage of the card advantage he has right now. Really, really much. But yeah, no. For those wondering, if they are still wondering in chat, it's the translation of Franzo no Akuma is French demon, or close enough to, which is what I call that deck. And yes, Collar, we can all guess what it is. So here's the D. Now this is where you kind of get.
Please, someone go to this point in the VOD and get a sound clip of Bear going, and here's the D. Make that like his subscriber sound or something. That is perfect. I gotta say it now because I'm gonna forget, but someone go back and get that as a soundbite for me, please. I need it.
I mean, I have enough habit-forming clippers in my Twitch followers that it's probably gonna happen. Now,
it's always very professional to derail the casting to point out that someone said a slightly funny innuendo. Only the best.
No,
we promise only
okay.
the best.
If you catch chat, J King is exactly the same. He literally typed, "Here's the D, Bear 2025."
You can tell the cards competitive scene is full of very mature and
yeah, the sheer level of maturity right now.
Now, Berto, just got to think about not setting up the boogeyman of the tournament, which has cleared so many boards, which is this crossfire.
Yeah, Berto is not going to be unaware of it. Although Throp is one of the decks that is least punished by it, or at least often punished by it, because Throp quite often has just so much awkwardly large-ass bodies on the board. I do remember at one point an opponent who went to a great deal of effort to set up an attempted crossfire against my Throp deck, fired it, killed 2 units, and then immediately surrendered when they realised they'd done maths wrong. I felt rather bad for them.
The one card that I always seems to betray me with crossfire is 164th, because I have it where the destruction effect will mean either my entire board dies or just 1 unit dies, and then it triggers it and everything's dead.
Speaking of triggering ludicrous effects, double second Michigan. Watch this turn. It's insane. Drawing all the cards, and I've still got 6 credits.
Credit printing. We're actively profiting by spending the credits on operating. It's
yep. I legitimately, I just do whatever I want.
Now, Corn has to figure out how to deal with this board. Gonna get rid of the crazy credits. Yeah, now J King's 3-op units only cost 1 credit to operate instead of producing 1 credit.
As close as they are to each other, Berto and J King are not the same person, Bubbles.
They're not?
No. Otherwise, we're at risk of J King playing himself. Mind you, the odds of J King playing himself in a finals in this game at some point probably aren't 0.
I mean, we've all played ourselves a couple times. Oh god, Berto finds so much damage here, right? You go face with the Michigan, you go face. It's just so close to lethal.
And then you just stop pushing forward. I've got to say it. It's the world of double D right now, because another D in hand. All of it's just insane.
It's gonna do so much. It's just nothing Corn can do, right?
I would be fascinated to go back at some point and see how many credits that just that 1 second Michigan has printed.
Alpine Festung doesn't even save you, right? Like, maybe you can buy a single turn with it, but that's it. You're still...
Yeah. If you can get a guard down or some other protection, you can maybe get another turn, but really,
Well, there's the B-24D, though. We need a guard down, we need a fighter down, we need the fighter to be safe.
Yep. We need to not have our stuff removed. Yeah, it's over.
So now, going to a game 3. The winner of this game 3 is going on to face a J King next Sunday live.
Yep, and officially confirmed in chat, J King exposed. If Berto wins this, J King is playing himself next week.
Now, Soviets against Germans. Control mirror. Now, they are both playing control, but they do both have the ability to have some early game tempo with these decks. You know, these are control decks, but we've got an SU-76M, for example.
Yeah, and they've got Berto's got the 12th Guards draw, and he's got a couple of other bits and pieces. Both of these decks are much, by force of the way that this deck restriction works, are much leaner and quicker than Sov Control would usually be. And that is kind of cool.
No turn 1 from Korn, but it's very possible that he has some 1-drops in hand. He's just waiting to use the shock attack. But no, gets down the Kurame. Just going to stop Berto, tickle him away with a little bit of damage. But
now you see, yeah, playing the SU-76 in control, one of the advantages you have is you don't really care if you have to drop it and not proc any draw and take the 2 damage to your HQ. You're going to get it back later. You know you are.
It's such a nice threat as well. Berto, finding the hammer.
Yeah, so this could be a really good turn because you've just got deploy. Oh, he goes for deploy, which is interesting because he could also push up and hammer. He's got options, but the hammer is really, really useful to have because it can...
These T-34s, the longer you leave them, the more likely you are to find other copies of them.
Yeah, you really do need to get them out before you can't because the whole point is they're good for deck thinning, and you don't want to lose that value. Now, the problem Berto's got here, and it's not a bad problem to have, is the multiple lines of play problem. And he has to choose which one he feels is better. I think this is probably the right one.
I think so, yeah. You get aggressive. You want the unit taking damage to be this T-34 because it has this destruction effect. Yeah. I think this is a very sensible way of playing. Now, Berto is going to need a bit of card draw to keep up with Korn, but there is no lack of it available for Berto in deck. And keeping back a tank with at least 4 attack means that a mechanized is also just going to instantly be turned into card draw.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that can make the T-34 deck less terrible than it can be is just the fact that you're almost always... now... That's not what you want to see because
it's really not. But 57th.
However, yeah,
that's good.
Now 57th and the fight effect can do some crazy stuff. It's always worth keeping an eye on.
It is risky here though because you don't want to fight that 5/5 because then you're just you're giving Korn such a good value trade.
We're not going to see it here. I think we'll see straight play through here. The discard of the heal infantry, frankly, there are worse things that you could have lost if I was picking something from my hand. That's the one I'd pick to discard.
If you lose your SU, you lose the ability to draw from a mechanized. If you lose your 57th, that's your fight mechanic gone. If you lose your dagger strikes, that's less removal. I think actually that's the best thing for you to hit in this hand is just that infantry.
Yeah, and you effectively had a 40% chance that you were going to hit it, so you know it's always good. Knowing your odds helps. Good use of glide bombing because he'll proc and will get no. Now that's he didn't have the credits to get the guard.
Did he think it did a damage? I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
I know
wondering.
Korn knows what the card does, obviously, but just like
Oh,
in a
yeah.
moment of brain fart, was he just expecting it to be like dive bombing where it does a damage? Berto not
Yeah,
gonna
I did
hesitate
think
to
so.
take advantage of it.
No, he's going to punish this hard because now he can clear down and put himself in a. And that is
Crossfire is
again.
looking scary now, though.
Jaking Corn and No in chat, yeah, pretty much. That was not great. That is the sort of thing you kind of look back on as an upper end player, and the bigger blunders you probably sweat less than ones like that. Those are the ones you look back on and they kind of make you shudder, at least for me. Zukov though, Zukov could be so good here.
Oh, this
So-
is on the one hand you've given it blitz, on the other hand you're not playing it for ages.
No, the thing you actually really wanted to see was 845th. You really want to see 845th. 845th with Zukov is one of the most disheartening things to play into it.
It's a lot of healing. And now Korn is going to better get that value trade. And this guy on released saw almost no play, but they just gave him that one extra attack and it's all he needed. And now he's a very popular choice.
The thing is, that one extra attack altered the maths on how well that card can trade so hugely that then the suddenly that 2/2 guard that no one really cared about just became immense.
I'd like to point out there were also available on that Zhukov hit. There was the other 57th to make T-34's double fight, and then there was the 204th guards, which is the 3/6 guard shock that regains shock. Him being a 4/7 with blitz is absolutely ridiculous. I do think Berto low rolled that Zhukov a little bit.
Oh, I honestly don't think, given that he already had engineers on the board, barring hitting a 12th guards, like 12th mechanized, was the only way he could have rolled lower.
At least the 12th is offering some healing. You also had the 414th rifles, which is the 5/5, because you did have a 97th. You had the 1/2 guard die early on, so there was also available. Essentially, it'd be a 3K 6/6 with blitz, which is super scary.
Not nothing. Yeah. 6/6 blitz, not bad. 4K to put it in the front line. So it's shades of being able to play the Rangers from the old US frontline deck. Just value in the front line, nice and cheap.
J King brings up a good point. It used to only trigger on shock, now it triggers on all kills.
That is true.
But it did have 2 attack. No, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
I think you're right. I want to say you're right. If you're crazy, I'm crazy with you. But I mean, we have been casting for a while, so it's possible.
Now, Berto inching closer and closer to being able to take this. However, Cornguy is starting to get an advantage on pure card advantage.
Oh, that's not what you wanted to proc for your opponent to draw.
No, it is not.
J King confirms we're not mad. It was double buffed. It did also used to be 2 attack.
Now, this win is so close to Berto's grasp, but just not quite there. And we're getting just a good playback of what happened over the last few turns.
Oh, but there you are, Red Sun. I don't know which deck you want to grab, but go forth and grab it.
With Korn not taking the front line, Korn not being able to get any presence into the front line, this T-34/85 could potentially put Korn down to 5. And, that means a single blitzed T-34 from something like front formation. I don't recall if Tractor Factories is being ran. I don't think Berto runs it, but it just makes killing Korn relatively straightforward. It also means upgrade is very likely to kill Korn.
Korn is in a very bad position here because I'm not quite sure where he finds an out.
That will do it. Buy some time.
That will do it. That will buys you a turn, but
Now, we do have this
Now-
massive blitz. This is going to be a 10-10 with blitz.
And Blitz, yeah. It's very tempting. It really is, because it's huge.
I mean, it did cost 5 credits.
It did, but I will note we have also Berto has gone and looked up to make sure that the glide bombings are gone.
So now, 10-7 guard to face down. Alpine Festung.
I honestly don't think. Yeah, that could be huge. He's losing a lot of deck, but I don't think he has a better choice right now.
Loses the Leopold. Loses.
Of all of the
Oh my
cards-
god! Loses Blitz Doctrine,
yeah.
Leopold, Restorer, Panther D, Panzer 4H. Just lost every way of winning this game.
Yep, I do have to say, I am grateful that Berto popped that up for us, because I was about to comment on them. But now you can all see just how devastating that Alpenfestung was, and that is the thing that it can do to you.
Yeah, it's a real double-edged sword. In some matchups, you don't care what it's milling. It doesn't matter at all. But it has to be said, in this matchup, it can be very important.
I don't love the guard positioning here, just out of habit, but I mean, they're both too dead anyway. Cornguy just going heavy on the offensive here because he has no choice. Empties his hand and goes forward.
Upgrade.
Hey, thank you for all the hard work. Your breakdowns were incredibly useful, and even though Bubbles misspelled your name, we did credit you.
Wait, how did I spell Hayes' name?
You had a Z in it.
Wait, where did I add a Z?
If you go back and look at the credit to Hayes thing, it looks like
did
a
I do
Z,
H?
not a Y.
H-A-Z-E?
Z-E-S, yeah.
Ooh.
You did Hayes as in hazy.
I've known Hayes for years.
Yes, I'm aware.
All right, Berto, Berto, what have you done? Berto, what have you done? Berto, what have you done?
Oh no! No, he's triggered the bug!
Berto, what have you done?
Oh, mind you, how much does he play? Would he know that the bug's a thing? Oh, the problem is this doesn't clear.
On Alpine Festung of all cards!
Oh god!
Oh no! Oh!
Berto now frantically tried. Unfortunately, Berto, the answer is you can't.
Do I switch to Korn's point of view? Do I find Korn's point of view, or do I just play it out?
We're gonna have to let it play as it is, because chat's going nuts for this.
God.
But yeah, Jaking, by the way, calling out at about the same time as I was that he's pulled the bug. No!
Oh! But if it was a normal card, it's one thing, but it's Alpine Festung. It's the whole screen.
Legitimately, it could be one floating card. No, it's 11.
Okay.
It is 11.
I have to come clean and admit that now this happens, I do remember Berto mentioning something about this to me. I completely forgot that he mentioned this, but I've got to clear his name. It's not like Berto sent this to me and didn't say anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair.
It slipped my mind.
I've got to... Can you imagine being Berto right now? Because now you're... Berto is a good enough player that he understood the game state when the bug started, but now he's got to keep his memory focused enough to
well, you've got little snippets. You've got these little corners between each grid. Yeah. Oh, look at it. He's pressing things to try and fix it. He's like clicking on the settings. Maybe this will fix it.
Yeah, the critical stuff here you can't do is you can't get back your own HQ defense.
Oh... yeah.
And
how much health do I have? How much health does Korn have?
There's one thing you can just about see Korn's, because every time he slides a unit, because he just pops across there.
If Berto keeps placing units on the right-hand side, Eventually, his
Oh.
HQ is going to sliver out on the left. Hey, we
So
see two!
It's 20-some, but Berto's also just played front formation.
That looks like, what, is that a 3? Is that 23?
I literally just tried to lean as though I could see round a card on the screen, which of course I can't.
I reckon that's a 3, but it could also be maybe like an 8. I see 2 little bits. Oh, that, well, could still be either.
Yeah. And right now, I would imagine Berto would give money to know it's 17. There we
17.
go.
There we go. Okay.
I could give good money right now to know what it is. Because it kind of matters.
Upgrade gonna come out.
Yeah.
T34 turned into the massive 77 T34.
As I mentioned earlier, yeah, that upgrade, I like the include because you can absolutely... That is an unbelievably annoying unit to remove late game. However, Panzerzug
coming out, and look, it's that +1/+1. But this front formation has got to be enough to win the game on its own, right? You've got a 7-7 tank in the 7-3 tank in the front line. And
Berto trying to remember the stats of the cards on board as to how he wants to do the trade. By the way, if Berto wins this, the degree of props, like, this is insane.
He's just going to trade it away. But we know the shifting attack is gone. We can be certain shifting attack is gone because it's right there on the screen.
Yeah. There are 10 cards that we know have technically 11 that we know have been played because they won't leave.
But Korn's out of deck. Korn's ran out of cards. This has got to be Berto's match.
Yeah. It is. Berto is going to take this, and he is going to take this in quite possibly the most utterly ridiculous way.
Please describe the gameplay since we can't see it. We can't see it either.
Can't see it either. We are commentating from what you can see.
Berto has units on board. Korn has no deck, no hand. Korn is dead.
It's over.
Oh, I've got to switch back to the cams after that one. Oh, that is... All right, to the bracket.
Yeah, that's just. I know you said this was a thing, but you gotta make me work hard, right?
Okay, I want to point something out. I didn't make this so that the winning player would always be on the right. That just happened.
Yeah, it does. It does please my sense of artistic symmetry, though.
Yes, but it does also make it not clear that it's meant to be next to someone's username. Instead, it just looks like it's part of the match. Okay, so we had CornGuy versus JKing7. Korn took the lead for 1 win. Berto versus And Yet It Moves. Berto took a win. JKing versus Berto. JKing took a win. And then Korn versus And Yet It Moves. And Yet It Moves took a win. At this point, all 4 players had 1 win. JKing played against And Yet It Moves with some incredible matches. And that went, JKing is advancing to the finals, which will be live on next Sunday. And then Korn versus Berto. Unfortunately, Berto's eyes were removed fairly late into the match, but Berto was still able to put out the win, which means Berto is also advancing to the finals, which will be on next Sunday. I believe I have this. JKing versus Berto, which will be on the 25th on this channel here. The exact time is to be decided, but I will share it as soon as we know. Before we move on, though, we got some officer packs to give away.
And for, I think, only the second time in this cast, we went correctly to the screen, so we are learning.
You say weird. I'm the one pressing the buttons here.
I'm trying to buy you some space, man. Oh. Dasmaze, so glad to have you along. We'll be sending you a Blood and Iron Officer pack. There is one Blood and Iron Officer pack left. Do not miss the opportunity to win it. Exclamation point Wrangle in chat. Last giveaway of the stream. And what a stream it has been.
No, it's been great. I'm going to switch back to the cams again, just as a heads up. Yeah, no, I've had a fantastic time. Thank you to the players for joining. Thank you to Red Sun for helping me make some assets for it all. He helped me do that awesome looking poster, which was posted in Discord.
Speaking of Red Sun, congratulations on winning the last Officer pack. Red
Oh,
Sun.
look at that. Rigged. So, yeah, thank you to the players. Thank you to Red for making that. Thank you for Hayes for making us our statistics, which we broke down. I am going to go to that so we can... Oh, that's the wrong one. Let me... Stats. Oh, shit. Yeah, I totally spelt his name. Oh, that's bad. So someone mentioned in chat, what's this rebranding about Hayes? And I was like, what are they on about? My bad. Thank you for the stats. Sorry, I've known him for a long time as well. So yeah, thank you to Hayes. Thank you to the players. Yeah. Thank you to 1939. They gave us some rewards to hand out to the players, make it worth their time. They gave us the packs to give away to you guys. And obviously, thank you to Bear for letting me host it on his channel and helping me run the stream, run the show, make sure everything goes smoothly. And then obviously, thank you to you guys for watching. It's just fun doing these little events. Like I said, I want to do one with the upcoming expansion. But we've got to finish this one first. We've got next Sunday, we're going to have Jaking versus Berto. They've confirmed that they can do the Sunday. I haven't arranged the time yet, so once I've arranged the time, that'll be sorted and it'll be on this channel. Possibly with a bear, possibly not. There's, I believe you're doing some stuff the day before, is it?
It's a funny old timing. I'm going to do my very best to call it because I really want to call this. But as it transpires, it's my birthday the day before.
It is, yes.
So there is quite a lot going on in my life at the moment, as many of you from Discord will know. So there is actually... I'm pretty certain I will be here to cast this because I wouldn't want to miss it. And even if I'm not here casting, I'll be in chat. But I'm 90% certain I'm going to be able to make it to cast at least some of the event. It's an absolute machine. Jaking, you don't need any help. No, you are not playing in the final while casting the final with spectator mode. Stop it. But yeah, this has been a blast. I'm delighted to host it. As I say, it will go up on YouTube as soon as I'm able to get stuff done. I will get either Bubbles will get the stream to me, or I will download it just directly from Twitch. But this will go up on YouTube, as will the finals. Thank you so much for all just being good humans. Thank you to Bubbles for letting me be part of this crazy, crazy thing. I hope to do many more of these. I'm beginning to learn that I quite enjoy casting, even if I do ramble a bit.
Yeah, but it's a wrangle, so we're welcome to ramble. It's a very relaxed environment. So yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll see you next week. If not, we'll still be on this channel. Because you know we wanted to put it on a platform where people actually watch. My Twitch goes live about once a year, so I was like, if I'm putting it on there, I'm going to get about 3 viewers. I'll hijack Bear's stuff, and yeah. So anyway, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for watching. Is there anyone... Go on.
Jaking, it's fantastic. I now have internet that runs consistently at roughly 500 megabytes a second in both directions, and yes, it makes a huge difference when it comes to actually content uploading.
So you see, just final ramble before we head out. I don't have what's it called? The cable
Fiber.
that you get. Yeah, I don't get fiber cable. Now, every house but mine on my street gets fiber cable. And every 2 years, the guy that's meant to install the fiber cable comes round, says, my map says there should be a fiber cable box right here where this concrete is. And we go, we don't know, it's not there. And he gets like, you know, they have like the scanner where they can like find it. He pulls out his scanner, he's like, there's nothing here, but the map says there's one here. Who knows now?
That gets crazy. I have to say, the guys who came out to do mine were amazing.
I do have a theory. Little bit unique about this house, little bit of a Bubbles lore drop here. This house was built by my parents. They built this house. They did get some help. My uncle's a builder, which was very helpful. But this house was built by them. So I think they messed it up. I'm blaming them. I'm saying they probably contacted the people, went, yeah, we're putting the thing right here, put it on your map. And then they're like, all right, just pour some concrete, that'll do. Just call it a day. But anyway, no good internet for me. Bear, however, does get the super fast internet.
Finally, after a lot of wrangling, and I will say to those wondering why it was such a big deal for Jaking to ask, it is, as Jaking knows, being a good friend of mine, it is a big part of how I stay safe with my illness is internet connection and stable internet connection. It's the only way I can contact my care and support and emergency services when I'm paralyzed. And it's been a long road getting proper internet. But it's here, it's stable. Big props to Zen Internet for putting me on a priority list and getting it sorted out as well. So, yeah, it's all good. Right, I'm going to go and figure out how on earth I find a way to sleep after all that.
Yeah, go for it. I, on the other hand, just want good internet to download Steam games quicker. There's no... Okay, right. Thank you, everyone. We'll catch you soon. And we appreciate you sticking around.
Absolutely. Be good humans. Much love, everyone.